Assalamualaikum, selamat malam. So hari ini kita mau sambung Ace Attorney Chronicle. Mungkin beberapa 1 jam lah kali ya. Dan baru-baru ini saya buka saya cek wiki untuk tajuk dia sebelum saya paste di title stream nih. Nggak sangka yang saya paham salah. Saya nampak dia punya The Hound of Baskerville tuh. Dia punya title tuh The Adventure of the Hound of The Hound Baskerville itu besar. Saya ingat itu title dia rupanya ini The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Ini kalau saya translate nanti untuk guna di YouTube, saya not sure. Story ini saya mau buat kisah kah atau cerita? Saya mau translate as cerita atau kisah. Oke lah. Ini The Hound of Baskerville nih. Of the Baskerville, sorry. Episode 5.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smouldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical hound of the Baskervilles."
Saya lupa unmute mic. Apa yang saya cakap tadi? Apa yang saya cakap waktu mic mute? Sebab technically belajar luar negara nih, benda yang lagi-lagi zaman begini lama dulu kan, benda besar kan, bukan benda kecil. So saya harap kalau in the future kalau ada cerita pasal Phoenix Wright lagi, saya harap dia acknowledge yang moyang dia sebenarnya pernah belajar atau pernah berada di luar negara lah, di London, buka agensi perguaman pembelaan. Okay? Itu saya hampir tidak sedar wah saya kasih mute lagi. Tidak kan, episod 1 sama episod 5 dua-dua ada insiden macam ni. Let me see, what case is it today? Hi Carl, thank you for the like. Terima kasih. I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh no, of course not. How silly of me. But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite? Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in the fighting fit form. Let me see. What case is it today? Here we go again. Bercerita? Oh, okay. Ini banyak benda yang saya tidak tahu apa di sini. It's spring at last and the weather is warmer now. But I love the smell of fire and steam rising from the kettle. Oh, would you like some tea, Naruhodo-san? Thank you, Susato-san, but I'm alright for now. With the green tea Susato-san makes me from time to time and Iris's unique herbal infusion, this place is paradise for a true tea lover. Green tea is such a wonderful accompaniment to British tea cakes, don't you think? We've only been in London for about 2 months, but my desk is starting to look a little messy already. We could tidy up once in a while. Susato-tan, I always said, making a mess is a small sacrifice to pay for being able to further your studies. And time spent tidying up is time you can't devote to the same cause. Lama sudah saya tidak membaca ni. Slow sedikit membaca ini. And time spent on ridiculous arguments is time that could be better spent on some simple housework. She rings, but I'm supposed to be the lawyer here. Daruma sang belakangnya ada Daruma. The Daruma doll I brought with me from home. Still with only one eye colored in. I said I colored the other eye once I won my first court case here in Britain, but you have won, haven't you? Twice, in fact. Because I feel as though I'm still lacking as a lawyer. I'll tell you what did you color the other eye in once you think I'm a proper, fully fledged lawyer? If you insist. Okay, Tingkap. Teh kan? So this is the tea set that Susato-san brought with her from Japan. Let's hope she hasn't noticed me slipping sugar and milk into my cup when she makes it. It's just so bitter. Tea is a drink to be enjoyed, Naruhodo-san. You really don't have to force yourself to drink it, you know? I don't like to see you screw up your face though. Oh. One. This must be the telegram. Let's see. Oh! No, you mustn't look at that. Not under any circumstances. Alright, I won't. Apa tu? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san, but you can be very mischievous at times. Then put the telegram away if you don't want people to looking at it. If you don't want people looking at it. Mana lagi? Bilik tu gimana? You know, I never seen inside your room there, Susato-san. I never been even peep inside. I should think so too. A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know. Whatever you say, young maiden, ada apa nih, aquarium. We were rather lucky to find an old aquarium left behind here. The ponds we put in there are doing rather well, and they're anemones too. It's a wonderful invention, isn't it? The sea behind glass inside your room. Another example of Great Britain's greatness. Having to clean it out and change the water isn't so great though, is it? Itu sih, ada lagi? Tidak. Ada lagi benda di bilik ni yang saya tidak. Itu sudah. Kursi, meja. So kita converse, bercerita pasal telegram ni. So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning. Oh, a telegram. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but you're not going to get away with that. Well, I didn't think I would. Apa issue? Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. It was just a boring old telegram. That's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point. Alright, I understand. I suppose Soseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, will he? Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away. A fortnight ago, we had a very long telegram from him, do you remember? Complaining of seasickness. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Is something wrong, Naruto-san? I was just wondering what might have become of Soseki-san had he stayed in London, that's all. You mean, as regards Lord Van Zeeks, the Reaper? Yes, I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. What is it they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be safe from the Reaper, right? Ini yang previous case terbakar, episod 3. Episod 2. Episod 4. Runaway car. Episod 3. Even 2 months ago, runaway room, bukan runaway car, sorry. Even 2 months ago, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. Yes, but at least Soseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means. That's because of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps. Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have terrible sense of foreboding. If the legends of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the sword of justice himself. Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. No, I don't think so. Apparently, Lord Van Zeeks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. Oh, yes, since Soseki-san's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So it's just been me who's had to face him in his recent spate of trials then. Just my luck. No wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Sorry, what was that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Ada lagi? Tidak. So, mana? Kita pergi di bawah. 15th of April. Gnome's Sweet. Morning, Reno. Morning, Susie. Alah. Aduh, duduk. Sumbang. Good morning, Iris. Iris? What is it, Reno? What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled. Ah, yes. You noticed that, did you? Hurley isn't in the best form this morning, it seems. Allah. Oh. Hello. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Good morning. A good morning to die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Damn this blotched existence. That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequences. Nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me, if it's not too much trouble. Lambat ya, laju lah sikit. Oh, kucing si. Ni kucing Encik Soseki. Oh, look, it's Wagga High. Good morning, boy. That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get there? Well then, everyone, time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris. It would indeed be a fine day to die. I need something to look different. Oh, dia punya mesin. Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. Kita cek dulu. Look at Mr. Sholmes' desk. It's completely clear. Isn't that enormous machine usually on it? You can never hope to understand what goes in the great detective's mind, Mr. Naruhodo. Why, next time we invite it, we will find he's vacated the entire suite. That's scarily plausible, actually. Ni buku dia. That's all sorts on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. Oh, it's such a charming, untidy collection of paraphernalia, isn't it? It just looked messy to me, like my desk. Well, you, Mr. Naruhodo, must learn to tidy up after yourself. No favoritism there, then. The fire's burning comfortingly in the grate again today. It's very different feeling to Japanese hibachi somehow. Oh, look at that photographic print of a lady displayed on the mantelpiece. Could it be? Yes, it must be. It's the woman. Oh, how exciting. Is that supposed to mean something to me? Mana? The woman? Apa? Irene Adler? Itu apa maksud cerita ni sekarang? These are all romances of Mr. Sholmes' past cases, I think. If he'd been involved in my case, I wonder if the beef steak from La Carnival would be on display here. A mystery shoe, a curious hammer, some mysterious dancing man, a bust of Napoleon. Or if he died. What an interesting collection. It looks like an untidy assortment of junk to me, rather like what's on my own shelves. You really ought to learn to keep your things in order, Mr. Naruhodo. No favoritism there at all. Ini masih sama. This is where this notes down idea, isn't it? Let's see, what does it say today? The Boscombe Valley Mystery. Ooh, how intriguing. It must be the title of Iris's latest work. Oh my, I wonder what fantastic tale awaits us. Susato-san looks like an angel, but I bet she's dreaming of the most unsavory crime you could imagine. That's a charming little white shelf, and full of charming little bottles too. But the contents of them aren't quite so charming, it seems. Science is the future, Mr. Naruhodo. You can't deny it. I'm saving my money so I can buy some chemistry apparatus as well. Law, chemistry, takedown trays. What diverse skills you boast, Miss Susato. As useful as they are, I'm not sure that my throwing skills are worthy of inclusion in that list. Tempat makan. Iris' beautiful tea set is there on the table as usual. A cup of one of her special herbal blends always help me to relax when I'm feeling the strain. The English pastime of tea has many similarities with our own tea ceremony custom, don't you think? It's the idea of hospitality behind it. That's the essence of tea. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Iris doing much writing recently. But there's paper already set up in the typewriter. As if she's about to start. This reminds me, when I mentioned that Iris was in the process of writing a full-fledged novel, Mr. Natsume was most impressed. Ah, yes, Mr. Natsume. That's what I'll be doing too, once I'm back in Japan, he said, though tightly clenched fists and teeth. Okay lah, kita bercakap. Baik. Wagahai. Hop, lampu. Mr. Natsume cat. Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home then. Oh yes, and I've become very attached to that little Waggy. It would appear his previous owner is completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. They are muse, as empty as the heart of the muses. Comel lah si Iris sama tu kucing. If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place. I expect he would have taken him if he could. But pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamship in our experience. And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Well, I don't mind, because Waggy is adorable. Oh, well. Yeah, it really is. Oh yes, what's about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from? Oh, you know this? You're observant, Runo. Apa itu? Oh, I use this. It's my latest invention. What? What is that? I call it the cat flapper-mat. Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? That's right. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see. Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make a cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap? Well, yes, maybe. But now I can make cat flaps any way I like. Oh, I think it's so wonderful. You must make one for us in the door of our office upstairs, Iris. She really knows to come with unconventional invention, this girl. Hee hee. You know, who's that? Looks like the huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee. Seems very sturdy. Put in the kiln. Okay. Kita biarlah. Ay, lampu. Kejap. Lampu. Oke, kita cerita sama si Nuna. You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? It used to be the case that in my hands is violin sung like the dawn chorus. Its melissonant tones, melissonant. Its melissonant tones would make flowers bloom. It would. But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddess of music have thrown me over. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? For hours I have bowed, for days even. Through the night I have endeavored to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone, gone forever. The more recital of unbridled emotion. Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley? Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm sure it will come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man, the next they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh dear. Why is this happening to me? With a take turn I have the violin from me. What is left, for pity's sakes? What is left? Deduction perhaps? Isn't that what you are known for? Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but your desk looks rather empty today. Ah, well done, Mr. Sato. Your observational skills do you credit. Oh no, Mr. Sholmes, they pale into insignificance when compared to yours. You struggle not to notice, wouldn't you? You mean her discreet analytoscope? That's at Windy Banks now. Sorry? It's at a Windy Bank? No, Windy Banks, the pawnbrokery. Pawn? What? You mean you pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see, quite undeservingly. But isn't that a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation has become so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you. Dear madam, things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate? Making use of a pawnbrokery is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. Is it? It doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works. Oh, what's to understand exactly? What did you mean when you said you didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks. Banks? On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jacket and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week. And then on such day, they go to recover their things using the money they have earned. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London. And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn should the need arise. Oh, how ingenious! So whenever we have something that getting in the way, we leave it at the windy banks. At windy banks, you see? A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain? Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawn things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley? What does it matter? The world is dead to me now. Oh, what was that? Wagahay? What was that? Oh no! Wagahai's tangled up in your violin! I think he thinks it's a toy. No! What he's doing to it? Oh dear, Mr. Shom's precious violin. Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised. If the cat is more accomplished musician than I am. Lambatnya tulisan. Mr. Shom's really is in poor spirits, isn't he? Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Hurley? Out of the cat's reach if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. Is it the violin? So this is the violin, is it? Halo Stradivarius sekarang. So Stradivarius, one of the finest violin in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier Antonio Stradivari. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. How honorable of you. And until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this blanched resistance? No! There is none. Mr. Sholmes? What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine. Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think? What do you mean, Mrs. Sato? Oh, Susie's right. Yes, the tones of the wood is completely different. And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before. Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? What's this? I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but an instrument isn't a violin at all. Then what? I believe It's an entirely different instrument called a viola. What? What? Jatuh. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you alright? You're right. You're quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what, pray, is this piece of stringle flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner, then? Ah, I see what must have happened. You do, Iris? This is just a simple mix-up. Sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what happened if we ask her. Yeah. What did you mean by a mix-up, Iris? Well, you see, this viola, I mean, was at Windybank's until last week. Ah, at the pawnbroker's? Not Mr. Show's beloved musical partner. There is a proverb from the East with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel. Yes, indeed. So you send your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hope that it would experience personal growth? Oh, what a wonderful idea! Last week, I pawned my great telescope in order to release my precious instrument. But it would appear that Mr. Windybanks mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Shh! A fine state of affair this is. Ay, apa ko tulis? And why I always say, Mr. Naruto, never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time. But you told us that you could think of a pawnbroker as an extremely secure vault. Come, Mr. Naruto, dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Sorry? Crunching your toast with that vacant speck, pressing your coffee with obtusely, apa tu? Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced? We must visit Mr. Windybank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes? Precisely, Mr. Sato, without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with increasingly vacant aspect, to press your egg ever more obtusely. Alright, say no more. Let's go then. Don't worry, Rudo. I'll be happy to hit it up for you again later. Oh, thank you, Iris. As it happened, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbrokers looks like. Oh, ada lagi. Gan. 40 menit. Cek dulu yang di 37. Oke lah. Tidak mau lama. So I'm guessing that's it. Itu saja untuk sesi kali ini. Ini semua sudah. Bukan pawn shop. Pawn apa? Mana tadi itu? Pawn broking. Aduh, sound. Oi. Game. Dan kau terbiat sana game. This is weird. Kita pergi Baker Street. Oh, ni pawnbroker breaker gimana? Ah, ni yang titik. Okay. That was weird. It's already been 2 months since we started taking lodgings here above Mr. Shom's office. Kenapa? Saya lupa, ada cerita nggak kenapa ada orang dapat murah? Ada case nggak kan sini? So ada orang dapat murah. I still can't quite believe it. I never expected things would turn out like this. Oh, I know. To actually be sharing accommodation with the world's greatest detective. If I ever find myself before a court of law now, I will have not one regret. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'd be happy to defend you, of course. Okay, semua sudah. Tidak lagi, kanan kiri tidak. Close. Store sebelah ada close. Look at all the different things in the window of this shop. Ah, that's Windy Banks, the pawnbrokery. It looks much smarter than the pawnbrokers in Japan, doesn't it? Yes, you're right. I find pawn shops at home rather inapproachable personally. It reminds me of cheerfully parting with my favorite fountain pen. I felt so miserable. What doesn't kill us? Make us stronger, Mr. Naruhodo. Sekejap. Ini kah? So ada. Ya dah. Masuk saya. The pawnbroker shops on Baker Street. Mr. Shom's is a regular, it seems. Sebelah kedai sama. Memanglah pada pergi selalu. 15th April, Windy Banks Pawnbrokery. So this is a British pawnbrokery. Oh my, there are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I never laid eyes on before. Ah, Susato-san, and a spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? I get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me. My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. We are calling on matter of business, not pleasure. And clearly Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Oh, ito na Winnie Bank. Sama na suara. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, sir. Welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, yes, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it's time to inform Mr. Windybank of our ire. Come, the fight is afoot. Saya mau examine dulu. Apa? What are you doing, my dear fellows? We're not here to browse for interesting, curious. We have come to teach this broker a lesson. Oh, but there are just so many fascinating items. It looks as though we'll have to talk to Mr. Windybank first before you can explore in here, Miss Susato. Yala. Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago. Yes. The second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windybank. The call of the word is different. It has holes in it. It's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observation, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. An inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There is only one way to make amends. Oi, mana kau lari? Oi, pistol. Oi. I shall take
I shall have to take my own life.
I don't think that will be necessary, do you?
If I may just say one thing before I pop off.
Ah, yes?
It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe.
Sorry?
As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard,
Ah, here it is. You did?
and when I turned to controvert you, you have taken the viola.
Viola.
Viola, a lump, sir.
Salah kau.
However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me.
No. Stop, my dear fellow. The fault is mine. Phew. It would appear that the fight is over. I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windybank. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy.
Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Sherlock Holmes without that questionable disposition, would you?
I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. Kan suara another.
We are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customer. I needed not remind you of the peculiar collection of items you've brought through my door in the past.
Oh, peculiar items?
In the extreme, ma'am, for example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Sherlock Holmes, or some such.
Oh my, a new full-fledged novel? And unpublished? A story I have yet to read, you mean?
Ah, forgive me.
Wait, before you die, you must tell me more. I must know more. Tell me everything. Wow, Sato-san is really fired up now. Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof?
Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see.
I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Windybank.
For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir. Not a farthing more.
It houses something of a very great value indeed. The latest manuscript, recounting the adventures of one Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I beg your pardon? A manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript?
Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here.
And that was that. As such, Mr. Holmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom.
Mr. Holmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings securely.
Of course, sir, of course. This even sound with me, I assure you, on my life.
This is all very strange. I wonder, could I ask you something?
Ah, a gentleman from the East, I see. Yes, that sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull.
Sorry?
Aha! But for your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 guineas, no less. The colors are exquisite, the design exotic, Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say.
Oh my, 5 guineas, you say? How interesting. Why do you feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here?
Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London. Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you describe. I appraise the items and offer them a proportionate loan and 2 months of secure storage. If in that time they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, the items are happily returned. But what happens if they don't pay you the money? Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me. So you never sell items before the 2 months has passed then? That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belongings is lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all. The very idea, Mr. Winterbank, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually, says the man who was telling us all it was a good day to die only this morning. And let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? I engineered a simple device which Mr. Windybanks has installed here in his shop. I call it the red-handed recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Windybank? Oh, what was that deep sigh about? What on earth is a red-handed recorder? Use your eyes, my dear fellows. There are 2 just below the ceiling. Apa? Oh. CCTV ka? I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device. Mana? Tiada? Tiada nampak pun. Very astute. It is indeed a camera, finished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. Here, I have an example I can show you. Oh, yes, print from the camera, set to record the activity at the counter shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive it produced a crystal clear image even in darkness. Really? That's extraordinary. 4 AM, 4 pagi. Yes. Oh, kan. Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look. Mana kamera dia? Tak nampak pun. So you see, were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity will be summarily exposed. But did you not say that photographic prints were taken at 30-minute interval? Indeed, as you say, my dear madam. Then what if the incident were to occur between times? One could say that would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess, your devices have given me some cause for distress of late. I beg your pardon, Mr. Windybank. Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word. It's the cause of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not 1, but 2 cameras in my shop after all, which means I must pay for 9 on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbrokery, no? My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price. Oh, heaven help us. Ada lagi? Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin. Yeah. Ah, the very thing.
Thank you, Mr. Windybank.
Perhaps that might mark the end of the peculiar items you tried to pop, Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer.
I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt.
You're not.
Sorry?
I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed.
That's not really what I meant. Good day to you then, Mr. Windybank.
It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last.
Ada apa nih? Ini gak kamera?
Now what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does? Seems to have 2 little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What are you looking at? It's a stereoscope. Fascinating. It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself. Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look. Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequences today. Alright then, I'm going to try it.
Oh.
Apa? Mr. Naruhodo, you must see, at once. Oh, alright then. So I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose.
Apa?
What the? I don't believe it. It's just a photographic print, but it seems you could reach out and touch it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, the sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They're often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them. Why? Why are you people meddling with such black magic? There's no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. Oh.
Maksudnya dia suruh saya betul-betul cross eye kah sambil main? Aduh.
What an assortment of things there are on the shelves here. Crockery, foodware, clocks, and watches. Almost anything you care to imagine. Those are the forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean though? When you pawn or colloquially pop an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display in his shop for sale at a price of his choosing. Oh yes, now you explain it. I'm noticing little price tags on it. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellows. My treasured university uniform? Never! It embodies my student spirit.
Apa nih? Nama?
3 globes of gold. Is that some sort of charms? Dear me, have you not seen that sign before?
No, never.
The 3 golden balls are, in Great Britain at least,
the universal sign of a pawnbrokery. There are more than 700 such establishments in the capital, all showing the same sign. Oh, I see. I had not imagined your ignorance was so profound. Oh, well, what is the significance of the 3 golden balls then? Does it have some special meaning? Diam. Crick crick. That is entirely unimportant here, dear madam. Irrelevant even. You mean you don't know? Jump. Look at this. What could this lovely big shiny box be? That, my dear madam, is a music box. Music box. Surely you have such things in your own country? Oh my, yes, but I certainly never seen one so large before. Shall we listen a while? Kita dengar. Ah, what a sublime sound. It's like the music of angels. I never heard anything like it before in my life. This particular specimen is one of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. My goodness, what a simply delightful machine! Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently, the development of gramophone, of course. Science and technology advance at such overwhelming pace. Tarik. That is not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th of April. Today's date. Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It is an Eastern-style page-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I take off the run page to reveal the following day's date. The perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow, such as yourself, Mr. Windybank. And who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? Well, when the agreed storage period had passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say. Oh yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job. Trompet, patung, gitu. Cek mejanya. Look at that enormous ledger open on the counter there. Mr. Winterbank is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sort of trouble. Which might explain the thing that catches my eyes far more than the ledger. This revolver here. Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article here, my dear fellow. Let's Akai. Thank you for the like. I assure you, Mr. Winterbank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speed belling his portly size. Sudah saja apa? Let's Akai, thank you for the like. Terima kasih. Selamat datang. Oh, you don't mean he'd blow his brains out? Indeed, in recompense for his blunder. Oh my. But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? Ada lagi? Pabilik di belakang. There seems to be a little door hidden behind that curtain there. That leads to the storage room. Well, Mr. Winterbank keep articles that are currently in pawn.
Ah, I see.
There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any larcenous activity. Recommended or not, it's not something I tend to do. There is but one key, and Mr. Winterbank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot, which he slides under his pillow. How on earth do you know about that, Mr. Sholmes?
Oh, okay. Breakfast. Baik-baik kerja bro. Terima kasih for the bintang. Thank you.
Red Sakai with 50 stars.
Terima kasih
Chow
Red
Dulu
Sakai.
breakfast TGH Kejani.
Kejani.
I am a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. I am frequently excellent by information that neither care for nor wish to retain.
Ciao.
Mr. Sholmes, you are a wonder. And the prime suspect of this pawnbrokery is ever burgled.
Ada lagi? Baliklah bilik dapat sudah kan. Ayo. Mana mau move? Baker Street. Mana saya mau pergi nih? Papa. What to do? Okay.
Can it really be that we've been kept in Great Britain for 2 months already?
Yes, it's gone by in a flash, hasn't it?
And what an English gentleman you've...
You trailed off there, Susato-san.
I'm so sorry. When I thought it through, I realized it's not at all true actually. I simply don't feel that any Britishness has really rubbed off on you.
Nor you, to be honest.
Well, that's obviously because...
Yes, I know.
Without a doubt, there's your kimono. It most certainly stands out. I do adore the attire of English ladies. It's quite delightful. But somehow, I just don't feel ready to abandon my Japanese dress just yet.
I wonder how Susato-san would look in Western clothes.
That would be interesting to see.
Ada. Ini masih lagi tak boleh. So mana kita mau pergi? Bercakap. Ada lagi kah yang saya belum anu? Apa nih?
Look at this. Whatever could it be used for?
I have no idea.
Ah! There's a small catch just here. Look!
We're going to open it, aren't we? Aren't we? Oh! Aduh.
Oh my! That's amazing! It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism, which we'll never manage to put back on the way it was before.
What are you two doing?
What? Us? Nothing. No, nothing at all.
Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. What? Only tuppence for it? That ain't fair, and you know it. Siapa ni? Sound like there's an argument brewing over by the counter. Come on, that can't be right. Oh, saya rasa ni yang perempuan tu. Lestrade ke? I've seen it all. Need to see, young girl. Oh, okay. Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her. Oh, yes. It's the young lady from Mr. McGilder's trial 2 months ago.
Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, and her trust among large crowds, relevant people of their purses. What commonly called a pickpocket. Gordon Bennett, you lot, gitu ke?
Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well.
What? You remember me then, do ya?
Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke. That's for sure. So, what are you doing in there? Down and out like the rest of us? Nothing to eat? Counterpop that black weasel? Sorry, caught ever? What is it that about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Good day. Unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ah, Mr. Shows. So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article, and I shall negotiate with the Windybank on your behalf. Pull the other one. I don't need no help for some stuck-up tea. Get out of my business. Go on, or I'll make trouble for ya. As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. He's really done it. He's gone.
I'm sorry, but as I said, there's really no room for negotiation here.
What is that thing that he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc?
And you, go on, leave me alone.
Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Susato-san can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Somehow, I didn't really think you was the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, well I am alright. I'm a Londoner, just like everyone else. That's a problem, is it?
No, not at all. It's just that, well...
Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. The thing probably don't even belong to her. Probably got it on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy Chase.
Well, I might have thinking something along those lines. You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright then, I'm just going to come out and ask you straight. You pawn things that you steal from other people.
Well,
I don't know I don't know how to answer that really. Suppose sometimes you're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade.
But not this time, alright? I swear, the thing belongs to me.
The disc that Mr. Windybank is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this.
Mr. Windyman, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny bumps on its surface. This is a music disc, you see. We use inside a music box. In a music box? What? You don't even know what a music box is? You Eastern a lot ain't too savvy, eh? I know what a music box is. I just never seen one of these discs before. The small protrusion on the metal disc encodes the tune to be played on the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going, and beautiful music plays. It's so incredible. Tell us, what tune is on this disc? Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There are so many different types of music box, you see. British made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for. Ah, I see. And that's it. That's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if your young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm really offering more than I should at a penny. That's a packet of lies. You told me you did. You said well. You said it was, well, he, who? Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. That is worth good money. I know it is. Well then, you have to try your luck at another pawnbrokers, won't you? Ah. She's been in before, of course. This little tattered rebellion. Why too? I see. And brought some dubious article or other with her every single time, I might add. Dubious? What are you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me. So, is there something dubious about the disc she brought in today? Well, if only it were that simple. Sorry, what do you mean? What she actually brought in was a storage ticket. Ah, a storage ticket. So, Miss Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today? Is that right? Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has an awful lot of stuff worth needs stolen. Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious. The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight. But as she gave me the ticket for it, and paid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her. But what was the article? Will you tell us, Mr. Windybank? The little scum is wearing it, ma'am. Baju? It's the overcoat that she redeemed. Oh. What? What's wrong with that? It fits, does it? Don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does. So, what about the disc then? How does that come into all this? Ah, the disc is something else. A new article to pawn. If the girl and I can agree a price. I'm confused. I thought you said Miss Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today. It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say. Owed on it? For this heavy black coat which should return to her care, as I understood it. That's right, yes. Oh, rather unsurprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets. Oh, you mean... What? Don't you know it's rude to stare at the lady? Ah, I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it? If you mean this, then yes, exactly, ma'am. And she immediately tried to pawn it. For quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think. Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would.
Miss Lestrade, may I ask who? May I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place?
Well, me.
It doesn't really appear to be your size.
Me old man. It's me old man's. Ain't it?
Is it, Miss Lestrade?
Yes.
Yes, this is definitely already suspicious.
Oh, siapa ni? Out of my way, please. Siapa ni? Oh, kau siapa?
Who's this picture postcard English gentleman?
Macam mana mau buat suara dia ni?
Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen.
What your problem, eh?
There is no problem, as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve.
Look.
Apa ni? Deserve.
Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet.
If you think you're such a gent,
You should know how to wait in line.
well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket.
Eh? Who are you?
How'd you know who I am? The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy even to remember the faces of your victims, it seems.
What? You mean
From you?
broker? Yes, sir.
I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, though.
Yes.
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
Oh my.
Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say.
Oh, Jojo. I need music box this too.
No, you can't have it. You just can't. It's me old man's, or it was. No, it's mine. Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. Yes, I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Okay, saya stop di sini. Suara saya start sakit sudah. Kering. Next time kita akan sambung dengar cerita dorong dua nih. Lama sudah tidak sambung di game sebab due to health concern. Sebab saya tidak boleh buat suara-suara mana. So kita tanya dulu si siapa nama dia ni? Kenapa saya lupa? Cek dulu siapa sudah nama perempuan ni. Lestrade, Gina Lestrade. Miss Lestrade, is what the gentleman is saying. What you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life, I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before. Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. Yep. Okay. Begini kali yang baru kuat. You stole it. Macam mana, sir? You stole it, didn't you? Did they get you brought in here just now? No, I swear it. I swear to God. Macam mana suara dia sebut?
It was barely an hour ago, and I was walking around the street, minding my own business, when this little guttering ran into me, and he went once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Most record pickpocket. Yet again? Oh yes, as you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time that I've been targeted by these Bexlam scoundrels, either one. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Come along now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If we're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Oh now, why does everyone think it's me? Just look at this dandy cove. And you think I'm the dodgy one? I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you. Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence that I've stolen something, eh? Come on, let's see it. Oh, I have evidence, naturally. You what? Evidence. Okay, let's see. Evidence that the article... Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belonged to this gentleman. Of course, we did only consult Mr. Windybank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant. I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. Oh? I never ask customers' name. That's a strict policy of mine. But why not? Well now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity. Yes, I see. But then, how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it? Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir, would I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question? Of course. Apa kau cakap tadi? Alah, saya terskip. It's Professor. Moriarty kan ni? Dia Moriarty kan? Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt. A watchword? Interesting. So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windybank? As I just explained, I never ask customers' name when they deposit item with me. There are many reasons why certain customers would like to keep their activities secret. That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it? Good detectives have no dark secrets. None at all. Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of number used to unlock a vault. The date of deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course then, I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. And if someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article? That's right, sir. Yes, just as soon as their requisite fee is paid. And I have supplied you with the information you required already. But for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat, deposited 2 months ago on 15th of February. With a watchword of Professor. All perfectly correct information, sir. But how? Really, this is beyond a joke now. There is further room for doubt. There is no further room for doubt. Ah.
Kita tanya dulu ni. Boleh kah? Picture postcard gentleman. Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry, yes. We're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Studying here? Oh yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. Apa ko buat ni? Jojo? Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup, dressed up with exotic spices. You might be thinking of somewhere else. And what was the theatrical gesticulation about? Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of another. Of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, student of law, really. My name is Satomi Kotoba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict. Yes, Egg Benedict. Oh. Egg Benedict punya pan. Ngam dengan warna putih. And cantik. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks. But then that name is suspicious. Now, to the matter at hand. Apa ko buat ni? My overcoat. Return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off. Every move we make, every breath it takes. I can't stand watching them. I'll be watching you, dorang tukar ka? Tu lirik. Oh. So, let that be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Egg Benedict, sir. With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. This is why I hate grown-ups. Just cause I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar. Make me a liar, gitu ah. And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker. But of course, sir, here is the disc for you. Just this one? Pardon, sir? I was expecting another. That is, I deposited another disc. Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. So, Cuddling, you're hiding more of what rightfully mine, are you? Say who, eh? I don't know nothing about it. Nothing about it. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that desk is mine. What? What do you think you're doing, little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Oh my, there's blood on the desk. It's because of all those sharp little bumps. The man must have scratched his finger on them. I fought it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me, old man. So you're not having it. Oi, you take it. Me? If I ain't got it, then I have it off me again. So you keep all of it. Miss Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her? Music box disc. The music disc has been entered into the court record. You there? In the Black Library. Let's check dulu. Ooh. I can't find anything out of place. Look at all this. The little bumps on the desk. They're so tiny. Yes, the protrusion is called pens, and they're plugged in the teeth of the comb to make notes. And on the edge, the small amount of blood. Yes, the blood of the mysterious Mr. Egbert Benedict. When Miss Lestrade tried to grab the desk from him, the pen scratched his finger, it seems. Like when you're grating some daikon radish and accidentally catch your fingers. Ouch, just thinking about it hurts and puts me off eating radish. McGilded, huh? Oh. McGilded tu yang ano tu kan? Ooh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck onto the reverse side of the desk. Look. Yang kita punya first ano kan? Client. And a scribbled letter too. This looks like somebody's name. From McGilded. McGilded? It couldn't be. But it is, Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget, as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this? The music box this information has been updated in the court record. Oh. Bagus. Hand that desk to me at once, please. Hell, don't. He's lying. Grown up are all liars. What do I do now? How am I going to resolve this? Ada lagi saya belum bercakap-cakap. Wow, Mr. Lestrade is really looking daggers at that. And that mysterious gentleman. We need to do something to calm things down before she loses control and attack him again. Look at those piercing eyes. He's clearly in no mood to talk. We have to do something quickly before this mysterious gentleman leave to fetch the police or something. Mr. Windybank is clearly at loss here. We have to do something about this before he reaches for that revolver of his. Mr. Sholmes, what are you examining with such keen interest there? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. Kenapa kau ni? So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized, as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall has done to me. So finding mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinket in this desolate place. Whilst, as you shrewdly observe, knowing on the only friend I have, the 7% solution of caramel. Hey, you claim to understand the depth of my despair, Mr. Naruto, but how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely. And why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know. Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Well, Mr. Sholmes, I feel simply awful for you. It would seems that my inference are correct. Oh, surely you're not about to tell us that you've solved the entire case once again? My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, were my genius for deduction to be commoditized? How much could I pawn it for? It seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration. But who knows if it will help to resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here? Listen to the deduction. Ya, mari deduksi. Well, Mr. Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament. Where the blue places have you been, eh? Pardon? When a lady's in trouble, aren't you gents supposed to be there to help? Straight away, not an hour later. Harsh. And pray tell, are you? And who, pray tell, are you? Mr. Agate Benedict, you have, in my eyes, a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon? The first is this. The true reason for your visit to this pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deduction? How? It's as white as hard-boiled egg. It would seem that once again, Mr. Sholmes had made a flawless deduction. Just who you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I hoped. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Sherlock Holmes logic and reasoning spectacular. The great deduction, the game is afoot. Topic 1. Mysterious man's aim. Mysterious man. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in hand. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place, and the staff recruitment flyer? That the piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement for this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your action. Oh, tu kayu si Gilded. The cane, which you unwittingly clutch to your person, exhibit an uncontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot! I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing fur rule. The end of any walking cane would be terminated with a metal fur rule to protect the wooden tip. And yet, detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of the stick to be utterly bare. Therefore, there is only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hands, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. Apa tadi dia? Tanda solusi apa? Recall, sir, there's something wrong. And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. For the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking can demand such stout handles, mused I. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, dead rot. This is the broken handle of a shovel. What? Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. Apa kamu repeknya? Fami-kun. Wih. Thank you for the like. Selamat pagi. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this small rockery with a broken shovel? What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose? Set for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. And your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. This letter gives us notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewerage works, beneath the shop runs a sewer that joins another, one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in very close proximity to the great vault of the financial institution opposite. What are you? In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by tending of the underground tunnels. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with the Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of the evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. A postcard of a great exhibition? I'm afraid you're quite lost to me. Currently in the final stages of preparation, the great exhibition will soon be underway. And the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault of the bank, the special reserve funds for the great exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please. To steal the great exhibition's reserve funds, okay? Mari kita baiki dia punya. This concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this pawnbroking puzzle. Kita perlu baiki dia punya deduksi. Mr. Holmes? Well, Mr. Naruhodo? An impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank over the road and what is had in its vault? Indeed, though few know of its existence, it is one of the government's most close-guarded secrets. Gregson told me, in the strictest confidence. But you just announced it to everyone here, rather loudly in fact. Ah. And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? There can be but one explanation for that. Clearly, it is because the man is a criminal. But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he is a criminal, as you said, then buying a brand new shawl is sure to be the first thing he does now that you reveal the secret. Oh! Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Winnebanks will. He's already had plenty of shovels here after all.
Oh my life, I assure you, I'm not so unscrupulous.
Well, hopefully this had taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be sure that someone private is a secret will disclose them, and once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Holmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. You know what to do, I'm sure. Yes, let's listen to that great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape. Very well then, let us start once more from the beginning. Of Sherlock Holmes' magnificent logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Holmes. First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the streets. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by which you hold it in your hand. Yes, what brought you this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. So, by Mr. Holmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor. Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into sewers to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with the broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? Oh, look at that. Look at all the scribbled note on the back of the flyers here. I don't believe it. What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade. Height, 5'2". Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel. Ragged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade.
goodness! There's even a sketch of her, head and all. Although if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure. And look, the details of the shop has been written down there too. Unibags Pawnbrokery, Baker Street. Redemption deadline 15th of April. Which is today's date. And why would... oh, suara saya. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled back on the back of that piece of paper? Inilah.
Take that!
Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of that flyer pertain to the pickpocket Miss Lestrade and to Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery here. Ah. You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. Veil. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean here to Winterbank's pawnbrokery, and today the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So you waited, Sherlock pula ni. So you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. And you have gone to some length to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your action. The cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person, exhibits an uncontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot! I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing furrow. What's a furrow? It's the metal cap commonly found at the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, the bit that makes the nice clacking sound on the pavement. Yes, exactly. And Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears to be missing on this cane. But it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't. Though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know. Ini kata. Look here, Miss Susato. There are some letters on the handle. Ah, yes. Those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letter of their names. So, Sherlock Sholmes will be HS, you mean? That's right. And the initials of this cane, obviously. Oh. AG? Why does it feel as though that's not quite right?
Take that!
Dah mulai dulu. The contradiction of it I speak is, of course, the initialing. A most astute observation, would you say, Mr. Egbert Benedict? We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet, in a most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An uncontrovertible contradiction indeed. Would you not agree? No, you're wrong. This cane isn't.
You said before that you had that cane for years.
Ah!
So don't try to tell us that you just borrowed it for a friend or found it in the park. In short, thought of you holding yourself to be a gentleman you have with hail, your true name. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong?
I
mean you're recoiling. You inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see? Let's consider the bare bones of what happened here. Miss Lestrade redeemed that fine-looking overcoat, and now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. But we know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything else he told us is untrue. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. Or split seam. Oh, the seam of the shoulders there is coming apart. Look. So it is. Do you know, a moment ago, when Mr. Benedict was surprised by something that was said, I thought I heard him make a rather strange noise. It sounded like a big, tiny growl. But now I think it's probably the sound of the seam ripping open. If you look closely, it does seem to be a very tight fit. The sleeves are stretched to bursting, and he wouldn't have a hope of fastening it at the front. If he were to run around in it, I'm sure the whole thing would fall apart. That's I like to see. Sorry? So how can we make Mr. Benedict run around? She's really giving this some thought.
Take that!
Okay. The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see? Ah! Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having faucet over your broad shoulders, the seam, having faucet over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so boldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. This catalogue of untruth has been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Windybank. But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. To abscond with a redeemed item, okay? Solved. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the detail of this elaborate crime you have been in planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, design a wheeze to filch some tawdry article of pottage? Have you forgotten that I redeem the article in the proper manner, using the watchword?
have I not been the one to deposit it in the first place? How could I possibly have known the relevant details? Yes, a pass. Yes, a pass. Oh, but watch the what? Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, in your fertile glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to the pawn property of another. The method is revealed by the console notes on the counter. So ini, yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers, which is a pity because it all sounds rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Winterbank would never allow you to redeem the article. Or, looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Winterbank would allow you to redeem the article, whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? Look at this, Mr. Sato. Ah, it's appeared to be a memo that Mr. Winterbank has scribbled to himself. Let's see, what does it say? Oh, Professor. Mr. Winterbank must make a note of the watchword his customers given right before his eyes. And in alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see? This looks to be quite an old lamp. But it's obviously been well looked after, and there is oil in it too. In other words, it's still in use. Yes, it would appear so. But as for how it could be related to Mr. Benedict knowing the watchword of the pawn article, I have no idea. That makes two of us. Ada lain selain udah. Iyalah kan. Kita tinggal dulu. This is Mr. Winterbank's gun. Yes, but with only one bullet, he said. It would appear that being a pawnbroker is very life or death profession. Life or death. That might be just this particular establishment.
Take that!
The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter in which your eyes were unavertedly drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes down the response uttered in a note on the notelet he has to hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. I would expect nothing of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside, and then observed her talking to Mr. Winterbank. When the diligent broker made a note on the watchword, as is his common practice, you observed him writing the word professor on the notelet besides the ledger. And that, sir,
was the master plan to devise to steal the pawn article from the young Miss Lestrade. Master plan? Which brings us at the last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box this. But naturally, you had a very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us, this article we're talking about, the overcoat and the music box disc that was in one of the pockets, which according to Mr. Windybank, it is even worth a penny. And yet this man went such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo. Could we? Really? I better have a thorough look through all the evidence we collected so far. Ini kan? Oh, tidak boleh ke? Hantar saya. You see, this music box, this tells us all we need to know. What's that on the back? It reads for McKilton. Mr. Magnus McKilton. The unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though his lawn-mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So you are an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. Micklebird was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you squeeze yourself into. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Agate Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbroker today was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McKilton. Deduction complete. Elementary. Well, Mr. Magnus McKilton. More than I expected to hear in these circumstances. Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Miss Susato. Well, according to what Mr. Windybank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not? Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Well, today is 15 April, so 2 months ago today would have been 15th of February, sir. That's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited at 10:30 p.m., I see. What? But that suggests... Yes, 15th of February. Is precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. And 10:30 in the evening. But precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding. Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. coincidence, everyone. You are, of course, at liberty to make your whatever outlandish deduction you choose. However, woi, bilang kau ambil. I must insist you hand over the music box disc now. It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. What do I do? He could shoot me at any moment. I hate to give in, but what other choice do I really have here? Mr. Windybank, this is my shop. I can't allow any harm come to my customers. If that were to happen, I should have to take my own life. Mr. Windybank, no! Alright, that's enough. Inspector Gregson. Inspector? That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of 4 dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, eh? Oh, praise be, you're here at last. I was moments away from forfeiting my own life in my very own establishment. It would seem you have the upper hand. Why, you lot have got some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy. Petty? Mr. Windybank's very nearly met with his end. Yeah, by his own gun as far as I can tell. Oh dear. And the whole of Britain could meet with its end if I don't get to the bottom of the case I'm supposed to be working on. What? What on earth is the case, Inspector? Spare no detail, Gregson. I might have said a little too much. No matter. It's nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station. But of course, Inspector. He's getting away! Get after him, lads! Where's the beat officer too? Sir! There's been a spate of theft at pawn shop around here recently. So we have fitted emergency buttons underneath the counter for brokers to let us know when there's trouble. Oh, Inspector, I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permanently in mourning. Oh, yes? I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilder down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. No, don't give it to him. That's mine. That is mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to Miss McGilder has to be taken in as evidence now. As evidence? If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. Do we continue? And so, we handed Mr. McGilder's desk over to Inspector Gregson, and were summarily turned out of the shop and onto the street. To be continued. So hari ini kita mau sambung kita punya The Great East Attorney Chronicles. di investigation part 2 Baker Street. Kita mau sambung investigation dengan apa yang berlaku semalam. Okay. See, that's why I ate grown-ups. All they do is feed you a pack of lies and take stuff away from you. Oh, really, Mrs. Strad? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm? What? Oh my, surely you were given that. Yeah, the D let me keep it. After I looked daggers at I'm for long enough. He went through the pockets and then said, "Go on then, have it," before telling me to scrap her. Always pays off, giving people a look like you ate them. Suara. I can't help feeling that it's going to get you into serious trouble one day. What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc mine. The music box disc. But but Mr. Winterbank said it was practically worthless. I think I'm gonna go and have another bash, giving a lot odds there. I think not, Mr. Strada. We shan't enter Winterbanks again today. Why not? That's not fair. It can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Winterbank. But that is mine. I had the ticket for this coat, and it was in this coat's pocket. And there should be something else and all. That's what that rotten cop said, ain't it? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Well then, that's mine too, whatever it is. Now she's really pushing her luck. Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You have your haul for the day. Yeah, and that's all your fault, Sholmes. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Eh? Iris would be delightful to cook, I'm sure. And I might intend to entertain you with a modest violin recital. Join lah, Lestrade, join lah. No, ta. Oh. Why would I come round your place, eh? Have you lost your dad or something? Your head pula dia cakap tu. Oh dear, she's gone. Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering. And perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set up a place for our potential guests at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later too. Sorry? I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Ooh, how exciting! What is it? You shall have to wait and see, Mr. Sato. Until then, later, gitu kan? Later. Oh, ada benda baru kan yang berlaku sini. Saya mau tengok bank di sebelah dia. Nggak boleh ya? Balik dulu. Ya dah. Balik pergi shop saja. Tiada benda lain. 15th of April, 3:46 p.m. Shom's Suite. Macam mana suara dah? Oh, Susie and Reno. Come in, come in. Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always? I am. Aduh, suara. I'm preparing everything for this dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. You never guess. You'll never guess kan disebut. You will never guess. You'll never guess. Look at those little eyes of hers shining. Oh dear. It is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny. Isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise. Yes, it's wonderful news. Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. Oh yes, that does sounds like fun. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruhodo? By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to? Hurley? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back. Hello, Mr. Sholmes? I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can't see, I'm not here. Apa ketebiatannya kau ni? I don't know how to respond to that. I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything. Yes, I see. Really? He behaves just like a child sometimes. Really does. Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are. What's the matter, Bruno? You have ever such a funny look on your face. Oh, no, it's nothing. I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes? You're wondering, am I right? How did you? That's Akai. Thank you for the like. Terima kasih. Good morning. Hehe. Oh, Bruno, I can read you like a book. This girl is dangerous. Don't worry, you can ask me anything. I won't mind. So, by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the mid-gilded case 2 months ago, right? Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although, after that trial I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're best of friends. Ooh, what a lovely tale. Baru start. Pemaksud kau baru start. Bukan. Game ni baru start stream lah, lebih kurang. Lebih kurang 10 minit baru start stream. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh. And I chase after her down the back alley. Interesting idea of friendship. And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I developed. Oh. There are so many beautiful colors in the world. Ginny wants me to make a whole rainbow. I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Yes, that's right.
I got bored of it anyway. Aduh, bintang lagi, Reds.
Red Zakai with 10 stars. Kayok Chow Lu.
Thank you, terima kasih. Terima kasih, thank you for the berbintang. I got bored of it anyway, and he always reacts the same when I shoot him with it now. Wah, really? Oh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited. I just hope she does actually come. Living with Shoals. I'm sure you've been wondering, why is it that I live here with Hurley, haven't you? Well, it has crossed my mind. And where are your real parents? My mummy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mummy passed away when I was born. And at around the same time, my father, well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on. Oh, wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley? Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together. She didn't mention that before. He wrote them up all in his diaries. That's what's in the metal chest over there. Really? He recorded them all? So you mean it's true, Mr. Sholmes? Really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases. Oh yes, I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father? Exactly. Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest. But that only made me want to look more. So I opened it up and found your father's memoir. Yes, so I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me. That's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father. So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. I've practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So it came as quite a shock when Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy. I mean, it must have done. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age. Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh. Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouth sometimes. Right. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, actually. I'd always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories. Itu susah tuh gak cakap tadi tuh. Dia boleh cakap salah suara. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he solved the case, it all but vanished from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day, it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. It was quite a shock for everyone. You can say that again. You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John. Sudah agak. I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. That's what prompted me to study and study, so that I could earn a doctorate as well. Iris's father went to some distant land, and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. And the man who, in the most bizarre circumstances, lost his life just before we left Japan. Miss Susato. Yes, perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best. Oh, dorang kasih sembunyi dulu sementara tunggu si perempuan tu. Ah, my dear fellows, how good to see you. Mr. Sholmes. Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? We've been with you for most of the day. Goodness, really? Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? Huh? My violin? Whatever you're talking about, dear madam. Oh, never mind that now. Never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows. Oh, another music disc. Music box disc. No, not another disc, Miss Susato. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence. Mr. McGilded disc. Oh my! Then what it's doing here? In a wait time, Mr. Naruhodo. I think that though I have undeniable truth for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny. Oh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'll be your pickpocketing assistant. And Runo could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught. Right. Plus, Susie has such wonderful handwriting. She could write all our menacing crime notifications. Yes, I'll be delighted. I'm just going to pretend this conversation never happened, I think. Kenapa pas ini? The music box disc. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this. That's above caramel, Mr. Sholmes. Your one and only friend in time of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your mind back to when the good detective confiscated the desk. I'll be taking that whatever it is of Mr. McGilder down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellows, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector.
for the briefest of moment. The disc in my hand, did I not? Yes, you did. But I still don't understand. But it was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars, like this. That's amazing. The disc and all the minuscule protrusion have made an image in the caramel. Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting. The result of a precisely controlled solution. How extraordinary! Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proved very useful indeed. Take a house keys, for example, a simple press, and its unique form is duplicated. I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. Yes, it sounds illegal. From the image, I was able to create this. I confess, I was most curious to know what manners of music would issue from the disc when played. Do tell us, Mr. Sholmes, what music did the disc play? Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know, Bruno? Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called the comb. That's what produced the sound. Small protuberance plug the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making the different notes. The first music boxes to be invented uses a rotating cylinder with protuberance on it. But over time, a new type of player was produced, which uses discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe. Why exactly? Because the discs are easy to produce and can't be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music even when no performer is present. But it is the very success of that invention that means we are now presented with an unsurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another, and we have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There are no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. Ah, I see. So that's why. Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, to no avail. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I am presently engaged in inquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe. Every single one. That's early for you. Always talking. Always taking things too far. But my dear girl, an unsolved rhyme. An unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constituents. But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? Magnus McGilded. What a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yes, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows. Still now, the omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remained. And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence in the trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGilded was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. It would appear the case is not yet closed. Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Jeannie will be here before long. Thank you, Iris. Oh, well, you must help. You must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do. I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker. Yes, you may be right. Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windibank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yes. Well, yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Were his word, I believe. So you heard about that, did you? I expect you were as incensed. Apa cara mau sebut tu? I expect you were as incensed as I was. Oh yes, the idea of such wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windibank's storeroom, gathering dust. My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it. More secure than a bank's vault. What about your Stradivarius, honey? Was that safe and secure? Well, there may be occasional mix-up caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. Do you have any idea how long it took for me to write that Baskerville story, Hurley? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room?
Susie, what did you just say? Oh, you said The Hound of the Baskervilles? But how could you know the full title? Well, that's because Miss Sato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course. But you know, The Hound of the Baskervilles has never been published. What? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said that he'd keep it safe until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. So that's why the manuscript is at Windybanks. And yet, how could Susie here know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on? Ah. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Oh, Miss Lestrade. This was a bad idea. I knew I wasn't welcome. I'm going. No, wait! Miss Lestrade! We've been all eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Oh yes, just wait there, Ginny. We'll have everything ready in the jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please, make yourself at home. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What say you to some... Macam mana sebut tu? Bundlesong? I won't take no for an answer. Meddlesome it is then. Oh. Meow, wagahay. Hello, wagahay. Sorry, bersin. That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Show's violent performance was in no way meddlesome. And Gina, as we came to call her, us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. Kita mau tahu macam mana saya mau tahu macam mana si Susato tahu. Saya rasa pasal bapak dia tu kan, bapak si Wilson, so dia berkenal, so sebab itulah. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris' cooking was truly divine, and I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now. Miss of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship place next time we're in court. We're in court, itu kan kalau British. Naruhodo-san, could I consult with you about something, I wonder? What's the matter, Susato-san? It's about the telegram I received. Ah, the one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. What? Summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Long Strongheart has asked to see me. The Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. What? Then Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone. Alone? What on earth for? I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Adakah kita perlu selamatkan dia? Oh, who could that be, I wonder? Good evening, friends. Ah, Iris. Hello again. Gina pun ada sini. And Gina too. Yes, Gina's going to stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Ginny? Well, yeah. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I've learned so much today. Oh, what in particular? Oh, those things Ginny showed us. Wasn't it wonderful? Ah, you mean all those pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? I think I awakened my natural talent. I could earn a living from it. You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? Well, you see, I came to return this. Wait, what? That's mine. Oh my, however did you? I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Oh yes, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. So anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it though. Ah, thank you. Alright then, good night. Yes, good night. So this is your office, is it? What do you think, Ginny? I think I wouldn't fancy me chances with a lawyer ward. Lawyer ward live in a place like this. Yes, me too. It seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yes, I suppose she probably does. Gina looks very pensive over there. Are you alright, Gina? Hey, I was just thinking, that's all. How I wouldn't fancy me chances with a lawyer would live in a place like this. Yes, you did mention that already. Get off, did I? Well, nothing else really springs to mind, that's why. What's wrong with this room exactly? I like it. Iris, I suppose you're here. You're here. I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. Alright, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh no, not at all, Iris. No, not at all. I don't know what all this about, really. Well, that's a story you made up, is it, Iris? This mental script or whatever you call it? It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Daddy's? That's right. I didn't suppose I'd mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once, his partner.
Eh?
They solve all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister?
Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though.
And Daddy wrote all the details of every case, every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So, I study them and write my stories based on what actually happened.
So, where's your old man now, then?
He had to go away on an urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone a very long time. So, I've never really met him.
Oh, right. Come to think of it, I don't know anything about Gina's parent either. Perhaps we should ask her. Boleh saya tanya? I've realized that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have.
Ooh,
Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one's worth nothing to do with us. From the minute we're born, not even our mums. Well, we all sick together. The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by.
so that's why you're pickpocket.
Nah, diving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. And that's how we all afford to eat. I'm like the Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it.
Oh, Gina.
I do think about it sometimes. What it'd be like to have parents, I mean. I always thought it'd make everything right. But I've listened to what Iris just said. It sounds like having parents ain't always easy either.
Oh,
I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them.
it's true. I do want to see Daddy so much. Oh, Iris.
Apa saya boleh? Dinner? Iris, this hound of the Baskerville story. I take it that it's another tale inspired by your father's account?
That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow from the other cases, I mean.
Oh, how?
I don't really know, but it must be special in some way. Because after I'd written it and shown the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as sheet. It was the first time I ever seen him like that.
It pains me to have to say this after you toiled over it for so long, Iris. But this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances.
But why not? It's one of my best works.
I'm not at liberty to say, not now, so please do not ask me.
Alright then, I won't.
But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. And that's how the manuscript come to be with Mr. Windybank, isn't it?
Yes. Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my coat, it does. He's treating you like a child. It's mean, that's what it is, keeping secrets like that. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Eh? If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so too. You lot are too trusting for your own good. But he can't pull the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it. What? What? Hurley's lying to me? Apa lagi kamu cakap? Gina, what did you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, reckon it popped that manuscript or whatever, right? But come on, that's obviously a lot of rubbish. Oh my, why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. If that story was really in old Windy's back storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Ah. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. But Hurley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Ha! Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, the lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that manuscript ain't at Windybank's. You'll soon see if you had a look. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. It Sholmes is a liar like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean that I think he sold it. I mean I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong for me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Oh my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Ginny. We should go back downstairs. Yeah, alright. Please, don't mention any of this to Hurley with you, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night, then. Iris, it's sure easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult. But deep down, she's still just a child. Well, I think it's time that I turn in for the night too, Naruhodo-san. Dr. John Hatch Wilson, Iris's father, but also the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yume University. It can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. Still, apa ni?
Mr. Naruto? That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She's probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Susato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home, but I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh, if you'll indulge me, look out the window, my dear fellow. What's this about? Menyala. Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery. Mr. Windybank's. Oh no. It's simple. If that story was really an old Windybank story, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, it's sold it. We're up, telling ya. Could Gina have gone? It seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Oh no, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. Sekejap, ah. Apa lagu ni stay? Saya save dulu lah. At once. Funny. Anyway, we must investigate at once. Miss Susato. (16th of April, 1:14 a.m., Baker Street. The door to Windybanks. It's open. It's open. The lamps is burning. It must be Gina, wasn't it? Let us hope it's nothing more than it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside. There's no one here. Oh, yes, there is. Ooh, the... Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! What the? Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. What? After them, go! Right. Blast. Blast. Lost them. I've lost them. Hello, what have we here? Poliska. Oh. The alarm was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to Windybanks.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruhodo!
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry! It's Gina!
To be continued, to be continued, to be continued. I'll be alright, Mr. Naruto. After them, go! Ini suara si Sherlock tidak silap saya. Behind that door, in the storeroom. Hurry! Mana sudah suara Sherlock saya buat, saya lupa sudah. Sherlock Sholmes. It's Gina? And then ada anime kan sini. For that moment, Windybanks' pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn before I was allowed back to my lodgings at 221B. 16th of April, 6:21 a.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Iris, are you okay? Oh, Iris. A telegram came, but all it said was, "Wait at home." Oh, yes. He asked one of the policemen to have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back.
When I woke up, I was all alone. Huli and Ginny were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Bruno? Poor Iris. She's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. Kita cek dulu, examine ada perubahan kah sini. Apa buku biru nih, telegram tuh? Oh, this looks like a telegram. It is, but you mustn't open it, not under any circumstances. Alright, I won't. Well then, let's see. No, what did I just say? You mustn't open it. Don't worry, I won't. With this special concoction I've developed, I'll be able to see through the envelope without having to open it. No, that's not allowed either. Oh, but I'm sure it's something important. Little geniuses sure can be mischievous. We've only been here in London for about 2 months, but my desk is starting to look a little messy ahead. Messy already. Lily's desk is far worse, you know. I'm sure if I try hard enough, I can make my desk as messy as Mr. Sholmes. I wonder. You don't think I can? Well, it takes a certain genius to reach that level of disorder, you know. The path of true mess is long and arduous, it seems. The Daruma doll I brought with me from home. Still with only one eye colored in. I said I'd color the other eye once I won my first court case here in Britain, but... That's cruel, only letting it have one eye. Yes, but it's because I don't consider myself a good enough lawyer yet, you see. Once I became a fully fledged lawyer, Miss Susato will color the other eye for me. Well, in that case, why not color the other eye now? And then every time you win a new case, give it an extra eye. You can never have too many eyes, you know. Call me crazy, but I never considered that. Do you know, I never seen inside Miss Susato's room. I haven't so much as put my head around the door. Oh, Susie often invites me up. It's so much fun. Really? What's her room like? I can't tell you that. Oh. A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know. Where have I heard that before? I suppose some things are the same the world over. Ada apa lagi? Teh ni. It's spring at last, and the weather is warmer now. But I love the smell of fire and the steam rising from the kettle. Oh, how about some tea, Bruno? Thanks, Iris, but I'm alright for now. With the green tea Susato-san makes me from time to time and Iris's unique herbal infusions, this place is paradise for a true tea lover. If you're sure, you know I always have plenty whenever you are feeling thirsty. So this is the tea set that Miss Susato brought with her from Japan. Let's hope she hasn't noticed me slipping sugar and milk into my cup when she makes it. It's just so bitter. Susie's lovely green tea has had quite an impact on Hurley, you know. He stopped putting milk and sugar in his coffee even. And Hurley is normally bitterly opposed to bitterness. Oh, so kita bolehlah bercakap. I'm sorry to tell you this, but Iris, Mr. Windybanks, is dead. He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours in the morning. Oh, yes, I had a feeling.
You did?
Well, I saw all those police carriages pulling up outside his shop, so I knew something might have happened there.
Kenapa hilang saya punya British accent ni? Aduh.
When we entered Windybanks in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out into the street, and I chased after them, but they got away. So, it was one of them who shot old Mr. Windybank, I suppose?
I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment.
Oh, why not? They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see? It's Gina.
Gini?
But why? Well, the thing is... No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that.
I know.
None of us think she did. Then why have they arrested her?
I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do.
So, where's Hurley then? Is he still there investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals.
I don't want you to worry, Iris. But I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to hospital this morning.
What?
Well, when we entered Windybanks, a gun was fired and he took a bullet.
Hurley was shot?
No, gitu kan? It's alright. His life isn't in danger. Saya ingat suara si Rinosuke tadi.
Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital?
He's at St. Sinus. They are tending to him there.
I must see him at once.
I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't.
Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed.
No, I mean nobody can see him at the moment. He is not allowed any visitors. They are preparing to operate, you see.
To operate? Oh, poor Hurley.
It was the 2 thugs who were in Mr. Windybank's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After them! Go! After that, I ran out into the street, but, well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I let them get away.
I think that's a very good thing.
Sorry?
Well, if you've seen which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well, Bruno. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that.
Oh, Iris.
Where's Susie, Bruno?
She's still at the police station.
Oh, why?
I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while.
Why aren't you then?
Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. And Miss Susato stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later.
Oh, I see.
Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early.
You should have let me know, and I would have come to the station. I don't understand why they arrested Ginny. It's not fair. What about the two thugs that were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspect? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they? No, I mean Mr. Sholmes isn't dead, Iris. Ah, this is all so horrible. The thing is, Mr. Winterbank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. And the storeroom door was locked from the inside. I see. But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. Oh no. And according to the detectives who investigated afterwards... Don't tell me, there was no one else in that room? Yes, exactly. How did she know? That's the only explanation. Yes, the only explanation indeed. What do you mean by that, Bruno? Well? What can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damned if I don't. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again. Now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment. But I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you, Bruno. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting. I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. But I don't want to leave her all alone here either. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me? Oh yes, I'd love to. Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. And don't forget we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. Ah, I can see you're ready for action. I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Pergi. Ada apa-apa nggak di sini yang baru? Tidak ada. Kalau gitu kita pergi hospital dulu lah. 16th of April, St. Silas Hospital. Ward 3. Hurley. Oh. He's not here. No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in a bed by the window, didn't she? Oh, I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby, and the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home. I'm not sure about that. Baby or not, there's no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered. Oh. Hello, what have we here? Siapa ni? Oh. The ward is off limits, no visiting. So what are you doing in here, eh? Well, I'll have you know, we are Hurley's next of kin. Eh? Oh, well, begging your pardon then, ma'am, sir. A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. The great mystery solver as a mistress family, eh? If that's how you see us, sure. Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley? I believe he's currently in the operating theatre, ma'am, undergoing an extensive operation. Extensive? It has been several hours since he went in. Oh dear, is he going to be alright? Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is. Oh, I have heard a report that the gentleman claims he might have Had a little too much drink last night. Coffee, that is. Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet.
I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later.
Oh, poor Holly.
There's a notice board on the wall here, look. Let's see. What does it say? Thought of the day. On seeing any vermin, calmly and discreetly inform matron.
Oh yes, they have rats and mice in the hospital like this. I'd love to feast and all that medicine. If you don't deal with them, there's nothing left to treat the patients.
Rats and mice? Oh, I see. This is a rather old building, I suppose.
But the doctors and nurses are all very good, I hear.
I certainly hope so, for Mr. Shom's sake. Nih, katilnya. This must be Mr. Shom's bed.
Poor Hurley.
I know. It looks like as stiff as board, doesn't it?
Oh, I don't think that will bother him.
No?
I often find women sleep face down on the floor, completely dead to the world.
I think I'd call the police if I discovered someone like that. Ada lagi kah? I wonder what these are. Do you have any idea, Iris?
Oh, haven't you ever seen crutches before? Let me explain. They are for people with leg injuries to help them walk. You hold one under each arm, you see.
Ah, right. I thought they were weapons of some sort.
Why would there be weapons in the hospital?
I thought maybe a fighter had been injured in a battle contest and been brought here along with his weapons.
That's surprisingly plausible.
Itu siapa? Cek si Genie. Oh, tempat yang sama kan? Tapi orang reuse aset saja bagi kan? 16 of April, local prison, cell 13. Genie, are you okay, Genie? Hello, Gina? Oi.
Oh, we still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made.
I wish you wouldn't point it at me at all time, though. What are you here for? What are you here for?
Ginny?
I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you.
Well, you can't.
Sorry? You Ed, get lost.
Don't be like that, Ginny. I know you didn't do it. You never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't.
You think you know me? Pull the other one.
Oh.
You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the streets. That's how I get by. And if I saw me chances, I sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week. Just to see what I could lay my hands on. Get it? That's the kind of person I am.
But Ginny?
I'll be in court tomorrow, they say. Some cough came here before and said he'd be a lawyer for me or the like. Said it was my right or something. But I'm told I'm to get stuff. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. She couldn't be staring at me anymore, obviously, if she tried.
Why are you being like this, Ginny?
I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away? You wanted me to sign some papers, representation papers or something like that. It's all gonna be rigged anyway, the whole trial. They'll pin it on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how it's always been for me, growing up in the back slums my whole life. If you do what the grown-ups tell you, they'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers, or worse. I had it happen to me before and all, being sold out and nearly snapped on the back of it. You can't trust no one, that's the point. Soon as you do, you're gone to grass, dead. Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could forget it. Ginny, don't you trust Reno? Nah, I don't. Look, I asked you nicely now. Just leave me alone. Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night at the pawnbroker's. There's nothing to tell. I forgot it paid me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. But the old bloke walked in on me and you know the rest. But why, Ginny? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diving ain't easy, you know. It's a lot of work, and half the time you don't even get nothing. Is that really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Oh, give it a rest. What's be the point anyway, eh? Nothing I could say would make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Ginny. We'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me? Don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of all the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have. What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? What do you mean before, Gina? When you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you've told her? Maybe we can help. Sorry. We're out of time. They're gonna wanna question me now. Ginny, please. Oh yeah. I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by. A photographic print of a really adorable cat. I found it one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point in me having it. I wonder what little photograph like that was doing in the pocket of that overcoat. Boleh tengok? Tidak. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Gina. The white cat photograph has been entered into the court record. Mari kita cek. This is an adorable little cat. I think it looks like a little like Wagahai. I always thought that cats like to curl up inside under the heated kotatsu blanket when it snowed. Maybe British cats are different. Oh. Look on the back of this print here. There's something written on it. 30th of February, 9 p.m. Article deposited, 1 small box. Loan amount paid. Paid, 10 shillings. Redemption deadline, 30th of April, 9 p.m. So this photographic print is a redemption ticket. 30th of February, that could be significant. It was just 2 days before the murder on the omnibus, wasn't it? A small box. That doesn't tell us much about it, does it? You know, if Mr. McGildet still had the ticket, then presumably he never redeemed the article. So, do you think the box might be... So, do you think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop? Ah, yes. If it's something McGildet deposited, we need to investigate. The White Cat photographic information has been updated in the court record. Boleh masuk kah sudah? th of April, Windy Banks, Hongoku. This is where it happened then. Last night. That's right. The 2 thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place, looking for valuables. But apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of a disturbance. No, you're right about that, actually. In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seems to be the ones doing the ransacking. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals, all dressed in black. Oi, I heard that. Si ano ka ni, Gregson. Oh, Inspector, good morning. I suppose I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got to the scene before it would disturb at least. Shame you let the 2 rogues get away, man. Yes, I'm so sorry about that. I'm sorry about that. I thought you assigned extra men to the beat around here, Grexy. Now look what happened. Ali's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty. Police, sebutan British.
Ah, your ladyship. No one told me you were coming.
I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Ali and see he has the very best medical care.
Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctor in the capital attending to him as we speak.
And I don't think it's Runa's fault that the rogues managed to get away. The rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police job.
Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am. As you say. The gent in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that.
Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change.
Oh, where are my manners? Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you like some juice? Some nice, refreshing fruit juice?
Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Rexy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me, if you'd like some.
Oh, look. Ah, lovely. Thank you very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship.
I don't even recognize him like this. So, how's the investigation going, Inspector?
Nothing to it, really. Very simple case, this.
There's some very definitive evidence. We're just about to judge that diver we arrested last night, in fact. Gina, you're going to judge her? That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the Bay tomorrow. Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me. Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid. Ah, I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you? What the? And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you? How could you? How? How could you possibly know that? I had a feeling, that's all. Remind me never to keep a secret from Iris. So, you arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes. They were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison? She should be. That's assuming she hadn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition? Why, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential. Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Sinus. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know. I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital policy. Hospital's policy. No visiting and all. Oh. The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He's lost a fair bit of blood. Oh no. He didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so, but a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down. Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know. Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They've gotta stop that bleeding. But he will be alright, won't he? We'll be able to make him better. Oh, of course, your ladyship. He'll be as right as rain before you know it. Really? How do you know? How do I know? Because, of course. Oh, yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why. With better pray. The doctor had better grasp of what needed to make someone well again. Oh dear, please don't die, honey. I'll report to your ladyship at the moment I hear he's out of the operating theatre. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. What? Out with it, sunshine. Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. Watch the sauce, Sonny. I'm a copper, and we don't go in for favoritism. But he's right. You do treat us differently. It's cause of those adventures of Sherlock Holmes stories. That's why. Oh. I crop up in them, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson? Oh, well, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's. What did you write about the inspector, Iris? I don't remember really. It was one of Sholmes' line. Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders. Scotland Yarders is how he put it. Oh, did I write that? And you know what that one light did to me, eh? The very next month, my pay doubled.
Double, I tell you.
Oh, that's amazing.
All because everyone at the yard prison, they read all the Sherlock Holmes stories. They have even set up a fan club for me.
Of course. That explains everything. It was around that time that you became such a toady to me.
Can you blame me? All it takes is one bad word from you when Sholmes could change his tune about me. Gregson? No, the great detective will say. He's getting quite overrated these days. Think what would happen to my salary if that came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost to worrying about it.
But that would never happen, Rexy.
Every month when the new Rance magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages.
Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves.
Klok, klok, klok. Saya pun minum air lah. Ah, lovely. Thank you very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship.
Teetotum?
Oh, yeah. There's something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes? What is it?
I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it until now.
An important message? I wonder what it could be. Are you going to tell me what this important message is then, Inspector?
Yeah, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant.
Dear Susie, is she alright?
She's at the station.
She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe.
Nope, not anymore. She had to head off.
Head off? Where?
To Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her.
Yes, of course. I'd forgotten about that.
One of the whipstock took her there in yard carriage after we'd finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey and to go and meet her there.
She's got a nerve using
Scotland Yard as a blooming messaging service.
I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. Why did Susie have to go to see the Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. But I'd better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away.
Oh, kenapa itu?
Alright then, let's see what we can uncover.
Oi, what you think you're doing, Sunshine? You can't touch anything in here.
Oh, but we were hoping to investigate.
This is a crime scene, for Pete's sake. No touching.
What's the problem, Crexy? Willow's a lawyer. You know that.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry. I'm ever so sorry, your ladyship. Ever so sorry. Rules and regulations are a thorn on my side. Of course, if Mr. Naruhodo have been properly appointed by the accused, that'd be another matter.
The accused?
If you could show me some representation papers, I'll be only too happy to let you nose around.
Did you hear that, Reno? You need Ginny to sign some representation papers. It looks like presenting the detective here with the correct paperwork is the only way. new location has been added. Kita pergi. "16th of April, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's Office." Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. Do you think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe it thinks the same about you.
So everything is clear with regard to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust?
Yes, thank you very much. There they are, Susato-san and Lord Strongheart. I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious.
Very good. There's nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland.
Oh no. Wait, what did he just say? Your return to your homeland? Susato-san. Oh Allah, comelnya ada punya animation tu. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. What was all that about?
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you for coming to collect your colleague.
What's this all about? Why were you talking about Miss Susato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow? Tomorrow? But what about Ginny's trial? You mean he's been formally charged now? Oh dear. Miss Susato, what's all this about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue as it... That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no! Professor Mikotoba?
If I may,
Yes, sorry.
you must be the defendant, Rinosuke Naruhodo, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. We receive an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news.
10 days ago, for the collapse with the fever, the cause is apparently unknown. And it seems he grows weaker day by day. I don't believe it.
As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Miss Susato's departure as much as possible.
Yes, absolutely. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. I can't believe this is happening. Oh no. So, Gina has been charged. She'll have to appear in court.
Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago, and the date of the trial has has already been set for tomorrow. No, not even 24 hours later.
Gina? Ah, the Lestrade girl and the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker. Yes. An all too conspicuous case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in panic. Though the yard is of a stretch as it is, without wasting time on these open and shut cases.
It's not wasting time. Ginny would never do something like that.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, yes, Mr. Lord Strongheart.
In deference to your fine service today, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. But I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave now.
Of course, Lord Strongheart.
Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruth. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters with which to contend.
Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday.
It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. "3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me."
There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart.
Which is?
It's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her?
A timely suggestion.
Sorry?
The girl currently has no representation.
But that's not fair. Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial.
Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork, and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right.
Why would she do that?
A question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her at the local prison.
Yes, thank you.
Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you.
What a day. Gina charged with the murder. Susato-san about to leave. Come, Mr. Naruhodo, Iris. We must make haste. But, Susie, you're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Miss Susato. That's a very pensive look. I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go. If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer. So, I think saya rasa kita akan berhenti di sini sebab lepas ni kita mau dapatkan persetujuan daripada Gina untuk jadi lawyer dia. Dan lepas tu mungkin kita boleh gunakan surat apa tu? Surat kebenaran tu, surat representation tu untuk kita siasat tempat kejadian, dan saya expect itu akan jadi lama juga.
So I think that's it. Itu saja for this session. Kita jumpa lagi lain kali. Alrighty then. So, seingat saya, kita just perlu pergi prison, pergi penjara. Para boleh buat suara. 16th of April, local prison, cell 13. Ah! Hello again, Gina. What are you lot here for now? What are you lot here for now? To have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoving our faces again? Our faces yet again, obviously. I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition into that thing, don't I? Look. You can't come as many times as you like. Why, I ain't got nothing more to say to you. Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Hey, farewell. Tomorrow, I must begin my journey back home to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie. Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent. Gina, they've put their faith. They have put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you. What? It's my fault? Yes. So I have one final request, Gina, before our path never cross again. Right here and now, I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they have invested in you. Eh? Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. What are you talking about? What you expect me to do, eh? You've told us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting to one of your untruth. One of your own untruth. Fami-kun, thank you for the like. Terima kasih. What about you said before, Ginny? You said something about unforgivable lies? You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant. No, I can't. Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted. The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside that omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied.
I lied like you wouldn't believe.
Will you tell us about it now? Okay. Inform saya apa yang jadi.
Like you said, it's all happened 2 months ago. The coppers got all of me and shoved me in the witness stand.
And based on your testimony, Mr. McGilded was declared innocent.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff.
I knew it. What sort of things did you lie about?
I was hiding under that seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubbyhole. I couldn't see a thing. And then I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor.
And that's when Mr. McGilded discovered you?
Yeah. He pulled me from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. There wasn't much light to see, but when I look at my hands,
Apa ni?
I had the cuffs blood all over them. I was so scared, I couldn't even speak.
You had his blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight. Then Mr. McGilded started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were, and why you were hiding under the seat.
Yeah, he did. Only, that's not all.
What do you mean?
I mean, he threatened me.
Threaten you how?
He made me swear, and what I've seen, and what I've heard. And what he was gonna do after the cove was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scrap her before the coppers showed up.
Gino, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. Wow. You said McGilded made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw. But you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, with Mr. McGilded sitting above your head, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the cough hitting the floor. I let out a little scream, see? Couldn't have it. Couldn't help it. McGilded heard that and dragged me out by me arm. And that's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer what had been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny.
A disc? Do you mean?
Yeah, that's it. The one what the D took off me at the Windy Banks.
So the music box disc was there on the floor of the omnibus?
Not for long. McGilded spotted it straight away. He picked up Smartish and stuffed it in its inside pocket.
So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago, at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder.
And the bot tried to tell me. I want to mutter a word of it to no one. Cause it was so dark under that seat in the cab. I was straining me ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin.
Presumably that was McGilded getting on board.
Nah, not only him.
Oh?
Cause I could definitely make out the footstep of 2 people.
In that case, it would seem likely that it was McGilded and the victim, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In his testimony during the trial,
Mr. McGillet claimed he slept during the carriage ride. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tightness, and I always succumb to it. And your own testimony, Gina, supported his. All I could hear was this Irishman snoring. Yeah, that wasn't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I couldn't hear them talking the whole time, in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels are too loud. But that still tells us something. Mr. McGildet and the victim knew each other. So McGildet was lying, as I suspected. Okay, I knew it would gonna take long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, McGildet told me to hide back under the seat again. I climbed in and waited. The two calves from up top ran off to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right, and after they'd gone, McGildet asked the driver to do him a favor. A favor? Now then, fellow, what I need you to do is to take this coat of mine and deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. I give you 10 guineas. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yup, you got it. It was Windy Banks. Mikochi snapped up the money and ran off to pop this coat as fast as he could. So then there was no one left in the carriage. McGildet opened the box under the seat and let me get out of there, but not without conditions. I see. Apa condition kau? What were McGildet's condition then? For letting you go free, I mean. Not telling a soul, not for anything, about what I saw and what I heard. There was something else as well. There's more? Yeah, this is the most important thing, he said. I'm after sending the coachman of a little errand for me, with some small change in his hand. Well then, did he hear what I asked of him? Did he see anything at all? You asked him to go pop your whistle, right? Aye, the fiend's taken me overcoats to deposit with a pawnbroker hereabouts. And I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right, and I'll come fetch it from you later, sometime within the next 2 months. You have to hang on to it until then. Is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it. All right then. And in case I might happen to be delayed and all, you're to go to pawn shop, Windy Banks, so it is, and you're to extend the loan before the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited, and any old fiend could come along and buy it. Hey, but I ain't got that kind of brass. Just £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now, if you go against me. Yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I've no doubt. The coppers? Aye, they'll come asking you to take the stand in court, to testify as a witness.
So let's just have a wee chat about it, shan't we? What is it that you might say, and what is it that you won't? Wow. After he'd gone over it all, I packed it. Got as far away from there as I could. He hid the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene, so I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So, they guilted planned it and coerced Gina into giving false testimony. I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied in that big old courtroom. I told some caucus. The thing is, he said he would make it so we couldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man. He knew everything what went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us, and we were all just looking out for each other, getting by together. So, you mean, Mr. McGilded would have, in an heartbeat, would have had a lot of us chased out of there if he wanted? And then where we could have gone, eh? Nowhere. That's where. So, I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid. Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor. A favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. Eh? If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. You what? And he's having a big operation right now, Ginny. Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes is gonna be alright, right? That's why I want to investigate. For Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything. Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy. Is that it? Something like that. Mr. Sato? Yes, of course. I have the representation papers here. I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer of nothing or nothing. Poor Gigi. She seems so lonely. Gina's representation papers has been entered into the court record. Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene at the Winterbanks now. Yes, and perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we're done there. I feel like we've finally cracked Gina. She opened up to us at last. And now I have her representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility this is. Anyway, for now it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Winterbanks. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. To be continued. Dun 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 dun. Bum, bum. 16th of April, 1:26 p.m. Windybank's pawnbrokery. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now to trust these representation papers in Gregson face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please?
What is it now? You should go home and get some rest.
Here you are, Grexy. Here are the representation papers.
Your ladyship. Oh! I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn wretched ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is.
I can't see you've been very busy here as well. How was some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue.
Look, 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 look. Ah, lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes, I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship.
Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime then?
Do as you please. You know where it happened, though, through that door behind the counter.
Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windybank's in Gina.
Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then.
Will you be investigating the storeroom as well, Inspector?
If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. But there are so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working round the clock. Which is a problem, cause there's another case at the yard needs to investigate urgently.
That must be what Longsword meant by far more serious matters before.
So what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine.
Come then, let us not waste any time. Apa ni? Ah, look here. Oh yes, a bullet hole. And I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. Presumably Mr. Windybank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Ah, well. Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry? It's all there in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, you know? Isn't that right, Iris? Ah, did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps? In chess? Well, he doesn't do it often. It is quite dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it once. He should not even do it once. Forget that for now, you know. Let's examine this bullet. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? A suspicious red stain on the calendar. Aha! I may well be able to help with that. What? There's nothing like a sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, you know? I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it, you see. When it comes to blood, we are all different types. Yes, what a scientific observation. So you need this. Oh no, what is that scary looking thing? Lily and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch!
color of the bloodstain is changed.
There, does it make sense now? Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. Good. It works on the principle that different people have different type of blood, see? Yes, how wonderful! The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can't identify whose blood it is that you're looking at it in a flash. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris! Is it? Isn't it? I bet Jeannie would say it's bleeding great! So, whose blood are we looking at then? Well, all the chemicals does is turn the blood a different color, so... just find someone whose blood turns the same color and you'll know who it belongs to in a flash. It's more like 2 flashes really, isn't it? 1 flash or 2, this could well turn out to be a brave, valuable clue. So we must make a note of it in the court record. Ada portfolio. Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have region left, sure. Reagent bukan region. This officer has been staring intently at the wall since before we came in here.
Shh, keep it down.
Oh, sorry.
There's no magic clue just yet.
Really? Then we must tell Grexy at once.
But as soon as I report it, they'll beat it. That will be it. I'll be stuck here even longer.
Stuck here? What do you mean?
I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over my shift.
You really have a tough time, the British police. That doesn't stop us investigating though, does it? No, I suppose not. I'm fairly sure it was the calendar he was peering at. These shelves are where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy. Yes, it's a really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue? For example? Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junk, you know? Are you alright, Reno? Oh, it's just, well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole. But when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you owned them, even that horse statue. That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever. This is that strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they are right in front of your eyes. It makes you think. When Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. That's a music box. Do you have them where you come from, Reno? Yes, but I'd never seen one as this in Japan. Oh, well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound? It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Grexy to have a word. Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. There's an article ledger here by Mr. Windybank's notes, and what's this? It's not as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look on the back! There's some writing.
Is there? Oh, show us, Susie. Show us.
Oh. 15th of February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited. Article deposited, one gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th of April, 10:30 p.m. Gentleman's overcoat, on for £1. Clearly it was a very fine coat, in fact, I think.
Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday.
And is still wearing, which belonged to Mr. Miggleton. I would never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though.
It seems Mr. Winterbank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have on hand.
With this photograph of a cat. It looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else recently.
Oh, yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same as the one Ginny gave us earlier.
Of course. I was forgetting that she gave us that print.
Well, what are you waiting for then, Mr. Naruhodo? Get it out.
Alright. Let the gogs turn. Yes, they are exactly the same.
Hee, I've got it. This two photograph hides an amazing secret.
A secret? What does she mean?
You must tell us, Iris, at once.
Hee.
Do you really want to know?
Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. So Iris, about this two photographic print. The one we found here on Mr. Windybank's counter and the one Gina gave us before. What is this amazing secret that you mentioned that's hidden between these two identical prints?
Actually, that's not quite right.
Sorry?
If we look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly.
They're not?
Have another look at them now.
Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other? I think so. It's very subtle though.
But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Well, it's because they're a set, you see.
No, I don't.
This pair of photographs is meant to use in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment.
A stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I heard that word before recently?
Oh yes, that's what Mr. Sholmes showed us yesterday. You see, there it is, just over there.
Yes, of course. The magical machine makes picture look almost real enough to touch.
Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions.
What? Really?
Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place?
No, I have no idea.
Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you.
She's over the moon. Bless her. Should we let her explain though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene.
I, for one, simply have to know. Have you ever considered, Runa, how our eyes see depth in the worlds around us?
Well, I just opened them and it works.
Well, the reason it works is because we have two eyes.
2 eyes. Shocking.
If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. What you see with your left eye and what you see with your right eye, they are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly. And in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see.
Wow, my brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me.
Ah, I think I see. So the pair of photographs consists of a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick.
So, if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'll be able to see depth in this print?
Yes, Rudolph. You're beginning to understand.
And a stereoscope function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that?
Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. You can? Really? Let's try. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go.
Susato-san really loved this kind of thing.
You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you both do that?
Cross my eyes? I think I can.
Watch me. Watch me and see if you can copy.
Aduh.
Makes your eyes do this. Alright, let me try. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
Apa ba nih? Nih, bagus. There, how's that? Saya ambil gambar dulu. Menarik.
There, how's that? Wonderful. Now it's your turn, Runo. The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time.
Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed.
Alright, that's enough practice. Now, let's try it looking at the prints. Start by seeing at one print and slowly crossing your eyes. You should see two overlapping images like this. You try it now, Runo.
I'm just going to have to give it a try though, I suppose.
Let the print split into two images for you. Now, the next step is to put the pair of prints side by side like this, and then try crossing your eyes again. The prints should slowly merge together until they form a new single image in the center. Oh yes! Mr. Naruhodo, it works! I can see it in the middle now. It looks so real. Oh, I could look at it all day. I can look at it all day.
I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt.
Your turn, Rina. Pretend you're looking through the two pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in the middle. Like this, isn't it? There, you managed it. So you now know how stereoscopic images work. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. So what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Bruno? They are certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. No, some people find it easier than others. But that's why conception like this exists, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here and set a pair of photographs in the stand at the back then. It's still amazing. It's still amazing even though I know roughly how it works now. Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraption in lots of households in the capital currently. But if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. No, I think so. In any case, stereoscopic pictures. I'd never even heard of them until yesterday. We have certainly learned a lot about them. But I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. The second white cat photograph has been entered into the court record. So kita mau tes nih, Dara. Ini saya boleh tes kah? Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if you noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. I have noticed. The red smear. You mean? Yes, it's looked like blood, doesn't it? I wonder if Susato-san has picked up on that. Well, in any case, yes, we need Iris. We should show this to her before we forget. Suruh dia tes tu ano. Ooh, that look like blood. I would say it's from a glove finger. Almost certainly a glove made of leather. Well, don't worry, Bruno. You can leave the rest to me. Hijau. Oh, lain. Look at that. Yes, that's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it? I simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although, it wouldn't be so nice to find out whose blood this different color corresponds. It would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Well, this particular stain of blood. Ooh, you have an idea. You've had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood is this? No idea, huh?
Oh. How could I? We don't have a known sample of the same color. Without that, it's impossible to know. Oh, how very vexing. I wonder. What? Well, it's true that the color doesn't help us. But what about considering how the mark came to be there in the first place? You might have an idea about that, might you, Reno? Not if you keep staring at me like that, no. Let's try that again, shall we? Well, this particular stain of blood. Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? Siapa? I think I do. As I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color itself, but with a little deduction. That's right. I think it's clear. Iris? Iris, you know as well. You first, Reno. Who do you think it belongs to? Saya dulu lah. Apalah kau paksa tanya. Alright. I believe this is the blood of siapa punya siapa punya darah ni? Trice-fired Mason. You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trail off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course, I never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely trice-fired though. The victim of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Trice-fired Mason. But that would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windybanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at the time. So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGildet was also wearing leather gloves that night. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me glove now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. It certainly does like a leather glove thumbprint, Miss Mark. But we know that Mr. McGildet has no injuries at the time, anywhere on his body. From which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruhodo, he sounds like Mr. Sholmes. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I suppose, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Reno. Very well, let's make a note of this. The ledger that's open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? It must be awful. Lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn. It's too much to think about. Better to sell it all and have a clear head if you ask me. But clearly Mr. Windybanks was very careful when it came to the article in his care. The police are scouring every inch of this place, by the look of it.
Instruction from the yard to examine every article in the shop and every ledger and book of accounts.
Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely.
We've been hard at it since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're sifting through it all in shifts at least, but still, we'll be working through the night, that's for sure. And even then, we'll barely have scratched the surface.
And crime in pawnbrokers. It must be every policeman's worst nightmare.
It's every copper's worst nightmare, you know, a crime in the pawnbrokers.
Let's check biliknya.
Behind that door.
It's the storeroom, isn't it? That's what Grexy said. Yes, and that's where I saw the dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. Mr. Winterbank, face down on the floor, with Gina astride, with Gina beside him. As the accused's legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. We must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course, and we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime. Don't worry, if there are clues in there, I'll find them. So kita boleh pergi dia punya storeroom. Tapi ini kita akan sambung kemudian di hari yang lain. So, I think that's it. Safe. Kita mau pergi dia punya storeroom di bahagian belakang. Pam. Sini lah. Winterbank storeroom, tempat kejadian. So, kita pergi cek. Oke. Oh, apa kotak merah tuh? Macam penting saya. 16th of April, Winterbank storeroom. Poor Iris. He's climbed up completely. Suara. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Winterbank's life was taken in this very room only last night. Kenapa Gregson join? Oh! Wait, Inspector!
What is it now, Sunshine?
You took one look at me and tried to run away.
You think a Scotland Yard inspector will run away from some chap-up little defense lawyer, do ya? Well... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before. Here's the thing. I didn't know what to say to her.
So you weren't running away from me, you were running away from a 10-year-old. I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way perhaps, Inspector.
Eh? Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you?
I don't think that went very well.
Why? Look, I'm in the middle of investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet.
And we have investigating to do ourselves. Yes. I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. Well, Hurley, I'll inquire into how Mr. Shom's operation is going. Ini saya boleh ambil kah? The police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Poor Mr. Windybank, he was a nice old man.
Well, he was just shot once, through the heart. Most likely, the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing.
This must be his blood then.
Oh!
I don't like to ask at such wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps... Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action. Hijau. Biru? Berapa banyak darah ada di anu nih? So, now we know the color of the chemical turns when it reacts with Mr. Windybank's blood. And it doesn't match our analysis of the blood stain we found in the main shop. No, but let's add this sample to the others we have already collected anyway. The blood sample portfolio has been updated. Look at all this article has been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them. I can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous painting. Look! Pieces of different people's life, quietly gathering dust in here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least, there would be if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policeman shuffling around.
Not much I can do about that, Sunshine.
This is a revolver. A real one. And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windybank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Bruno look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I rarely seen a gun in the flesh. And I've had issues with gun in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windybank with this yesterday, didn't we?
I shall have to take my own life.
Yeah. It must be the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Mr. Windybank told us that he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired. So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Out of all the articles in this storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. Ah! What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript was being kept in. Oh. Iris' unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this... Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it without telling ya. You must check inside the box at once. Yes. Jauhnya beza tinggi diorang. Ah. It was there. Iris' story was there. Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Oh, yes. I mean, of course I believe Hurley when he said he deposited it in here. But still, it's a relief to actually see it. Really? Because that's not a very well hidden frown. Iris' manuscript. The Hound of the Baskervilles. How did Susato-san know the exact titles of this unpublished story? I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry. Tanya lah. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Pshaw! You got eyes, haven't you? Use them! Is it what it looks like? Nothing more, nothing less.
Iris, could you lend me a hand? So, Grexy, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Oh yes, your ladyship, do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door to the storeroom was found locked from the inside.
So it was locked from the inside. The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officer's doing?
Quite right, ma'am, quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible.
Oh.
As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate.
Prostrate apa tu?
Prostrate on the floor and thuswise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutted child.
Are you talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector.
Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up in the floor, dead to the world.
She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious.
And I'm afraid to say, she had the gun that was used in her hand.
No. Presumably it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now.
In her pocket, we found the key to the door as well.
What? What?
The key to the storeroom?
And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector?
Correct. All of which leaves her ladyship's friend. And something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding.
Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Nika. Grexy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he?
The thing is, Don't mince your words, Inspector, please.
You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is...
No. The operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well... Out with it! Yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing. Renders the whole body insensitive.
The whole body?
Anesthetize? Is that even possible? It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep.
Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction.
The trouble is, the latest things isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, also I hear. And now that the operation's finished, they can't get him to wake up apparently.
Oh my!
No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in his system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again.
Really?
The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you.
What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way.
Ada lagi kah? Ada lagi benda penting kah? Kita cek si Gina. of April, local prison, cell 13. Gina doesn't appear to be here. I believe she must be in questioning at the moment. Oh, but wait a minute. What is it, Iris? Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Guinea could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped. Oh my! Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse. Calm down, Bruno. I was only joking, of course. Oh. You had me worried there. I thought it was a great deduction. Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight your words carry. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I suppose the light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms. Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would just have thrown his head back and guffawed. Guffawed? I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, anyway, it's look like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. We should try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime. Yes, come along then, Bruno. Come along, Susie. Papa. Papa. There's still a Scotland Yard carriage outside Windybanks. I never imagined we'd be investing a case so close to home. Well, Iris, she's very upset by all this. I'm sorry, I was there. I should have done more. None of this is your fault, Rudo, so please, don't apologize. But it's the criminals who are to blame for this, so
Let's investigate and work out on how to catch them.
Yes, you're right. Ada lagi kah? Ada apa-apa lagi kah yang saya miss? Kita cek klinik lah. Yang klinik hospital. Belum lagi. Tante ada balik sini? Bukan juga. Bukan sini. Mana? Tidak juga. Oke. Oke, ini hilang. Itu kita boleh guna kan untuk cerita sama si Gina.
Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest?
Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles.
A most fascinating title, your ladyship. Fascinating. And, I don't suppose, would there be any mention of my humble self in the tale this time?
Good question. I can't really remember.
I see. Well, why would you, your ladyship? I'll just await its publication with eager anticipation.
You did not worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable.
You looking to be arrested, Sunshine?
I didn't mean it like that, and even if I did, you wouldn't have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? Mana saya patut pergi? So, ini color green. Ini color puru-puru. Ini pop Windy Bang. Color biru. How? Oke, kita tengok balik. So, I need to cross my eyes and try to get the two cats to merge in the middle as one. It's such a hard thing to do. Whoever thought of this in the first place must have spent a long time staring. So this is the second of the two photographic prints of the cat, and it really does look like Wagahai. This looks exactly the same as the first photograph at first glance. I suppose that's what's so compelling. Actually, now we have both pictures. I could have another go at viewing them as a stereoscopic image. Jadi kenapa kau tutup? Kalau kau mau saya kasih juling. Fami-kun, thank you for the like. Kalau saya mau kasih juling mata, mana saya nampak kalau ada tulisan lagi di sana? Peliknya, bila mata sudah juling macam kucing tu tengok saya setiap kali saya gerak-gerak kepala. It's such a hard thing to do. Whoever thought of this in the first place must have spent a long time staring. Macam mana cross tu? Kok cross kasih juling mata sampai ano? Sampai macam gambar 3D lama tu yang dulu di buku-buku. Buku-buku happy seronok. Tu kau kena juling dua gambar ni sampai kucing ni bersatu di tengah. And then kau nampak dia macam 3D. Yap, saya pun cuba balik. Cuma lah saya gerak pun macam kucing ni tengok saya. Dapatkah? Dapat buat di handphone. Aku try di HP sakit mata. Yalah, kecil kan. Pap, pam, 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 pam. Apa boleh buat? Kalau handphone kau boleh fokus, mungkin boleh fokus lah. Kecil lah. Nanti kalau ada daripada archive ke apa, saya include the whole picture, kamu try di mana-mana lah. Bila buka di PC ke apa. Ataupun saya crop jadi the whole screen itu saja yang ada. Oke. Ini nama siapa sebenarnya nih? Ini di bank punya nama nih. Dapat kalau iyalah landscape lah. Kalau kasih landscape baru dapat. Green ini siapa punya warna? Jap, mana lagi saya boleh pergi nih? Ada lagi darah. Mana lagi saya perlu pergi? Inspector Gregson, could you give me your opinion about this, do you think?
We don't tend to share sunshine, not with the general public.
In that case, Grexy, how about some herbal tea?
clock, 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 clock. Ah, lovely. Thank you very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship.
You don't mind sharing that then? Inspector, what do you make of this?
Ah, what have we here then? A redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it?
Looks like someone ran off. Look like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was to hand.
Bukan.
Si Anu pula tu, Gregson pula tu.
Yes, this is the ticket for McGilded overcoat. The one that little diver turned up with yesterday.
Oh, actually no, it's not.
Really? Think you know better than me, do ya?
No, I didn't mean to. Reno's right, Rexy. It isn't the same ticket.
Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. I never doubted you, your ladyship. So, what's all this about then, if I might be so bold as to ask?
This is a second ticket.
A second one?
It seems that Mr. McGilded in fact has another article in storage here at Windybank.
Is that right?
I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. Yes, sampai 3. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilded's overcoat.
Huh? You mean to tell me?
Yes, there was more than just the music box this, it seems.
I should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examine it properly.
Well, according to the details on the ticket, Mr. McGilded deposited another article here with Mr. Windybank.
Yes, I can see it written here. A small box, was it?
Do you have any idea where it is, Brexy? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilded. It could be an important clue.
Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with those big turquoise eye, all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles, I will. I'll go barking, gitu kah?
This is no time for dog impression, Inspector.
That's enough sauce from you, sunshine. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline already passed, hasn't it?
Oh yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here then?
That's right, it's been forfeited.
Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop where the forfeited items are offered for sale.
Yes, the shelves in the front. We must search them at once. You're wasting your time.
Siapa cakap tadi tu?
Oh, bukan.
Yes, the shelves on the front. We must search them at once.
You're wasting your time.
Oh,
there are dozens of little boxes out there. Hundreds even. We can't possibly know which one might have been McGilded. That's information not written in the ledger.
Well, I think we should at least have a look just in case.
Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure.
This is getting old. Oh no.
Tiba-tiba.
I nearly jumped off my skin there. How could Mr. Windibank set such a wicked trap?
I doubt he set out to scare anyone.
Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon.
Oh?
Her trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind.
Don't you remember, Bruno? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. Really? Did I say that?
Yes, you did. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching.
In that case, we had better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. "5:51 lewatnya. Petang sudah. Ah, Gina, good. You're back.
The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful?
Didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate 8 Windibanks.
Oh, right. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy.
What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying. That I did it.
That's not...
Gina, we come to ask you for your final decision. What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not?
I must submit the paperwork now if you like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you.
Right, I see. She really lost her fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear.
Oh, alright then, blimey. Give it a rest with them eyes, Iris.
So, come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Unfortunately, we don't know that yet.
You don't say.
We don't know yet, Gina. Let Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know now why you broke into Windibank that night. It looks like I'm going to have some evidence that clearly reveals the reason. And trust it in Gina's face, or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. We found this in Mr. Windibank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story.
Oh, right.
Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Windibank showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like, with one exception: the box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night? Eh? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Why don't you tell us what happened? Please. We already have the representation papers and other documents we needed. All we have to do is hand them to the court clerk. That is, if you'll allow me to represent you in court tomorrow. Nah, don't bother. Ginny, rip 'em up and chuck 'em, would ya? Them representation papers or whatever they're called. They sell and fancy enough to have a bin. So, what will you do in court tomorrow? I'll be fine on my own. I don't think you will be. Look, it don't matter. What gonna happen is gonna happen. This is one stubborn pickpocket. Alright, yeah, this Baskerville stories. This is the latest show's adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least £5,000. What? So you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No. Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I wasn't going to sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the manuscript or whatever you call it really was there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place. Abdullah. For Iris's sake, isn't that right? We knew why you've done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. When I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you said the night before. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me, barefaced liars, the lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that manuscript ain't at Windybank's. You'll soon see if I have a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean, that sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong for me to doubt him. Oh, Ginny, that was so sweet of you. So sweet of you. Alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It wasn't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest, if he's really deposited the manuscript at Windybank's. It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris's lot ain't like mine. She got her daddy, only she can't see him. And I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway. Last night, when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy? You mean they are not the adventures of great detective? So much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner?
Well, that's how I see it, yeah?
You're so thoughtful and so kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we?
Look, give it a rest, will ya? I hate all this chummy nonsense. Did you hear? I hate it. I hate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. 'Cause if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, scrap.
I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakably right there on both sleeves of that overcoat are some very suspicious red stains.
What? Why are you looking at me like that?
I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. Those stains on the sleeve of your new coat, Gina. They are blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet.
What?
Blood, Mr. Naruhodo? You don't appear to have any obvious wound yourself, though. So could it be blood that splattered from Mr. Windybanks when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else.
Hey, take it easy, Iris.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. Warna?
Purple.
Oh. Oh my. What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. So warna purple siapa? Memang darah dia lah. Of course, the black color of the fabric was masking the stain. That's why we haven't seen them until now. And the blood has reacted with the chemicals to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Aha, yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. What? What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the big maker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story! The truth of the omnibus case. We can see now the victim's blood all over Mr. McGilded's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about big gloves now, was I? I reached out to give that man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains could have arisen from Matilda trying to pull the victim to his feet. No. If that had really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over McGilded's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach.
I've tried to run from the truth for long enough. But there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. Mr. Naruhodo, that horrible case is solved at last, and I help the man walk free from the trial. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? You know, did you believe him though? Did you believe Mr. McGilded was innocent? I believe, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? A lawyer's weapon. Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama?
Listen, Rinosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have.
Unwavering belief?
Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight it with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, we can be no victory without faith. So I believe you unwaveringly.
What's funny, Gina? Oh, sound like in this empire of Japan you come from, everyone must be soft.
Well, come on, look at the mess it got you in, believing in that bog trotter.
Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free.
Well, at least you learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people never worth it.
Someone always stabs you in the back at the end. Soon as you let down your guard, you've had it.
Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one, get hurt by no one.
Gina, may I ask you something?
What?
I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial?
How many? Abby, thank you for the like. How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away.
Are you really sure that's what you want?
I bet that's what he wants and all now. Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in the trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can't believe me in me after that? Not likely.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo,
A lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his client. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that happened.
Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Hey, are you half-baked?
Not at all.
You have not once admitted to committing the crime, have you?
What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth.
Seriously, Mr. Naruhodo?
Didn't you hear all of what I said before?
I'm a born liar. Pip just stripped me of me thunk. And I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it.
Gina, I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there is more to this life than you yet realize.
What you mean?
The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. Eh? It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side.
What you expect me to say to that?
Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparation for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully.
Beautifully. Do what you like. You Eastern lot are. I don't know what you are. I don't get you. Yay!
Gina's taken herself off to the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relief. That turned out alright in the end, I think. Who's ever hiding there? Show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. Miss Susato? Somebody in there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What? Siapa? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? Oh. I suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese art, like the art of stealth I've heard so much about. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Rexy!
Oh, dear me. I am most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you.
How long have you been listening in to our conversation?
Good grief, listening in? No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave, even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is. Nothing untoward, nothing at all.
After hours? Is it that late already?
So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodle-doo, cheerio, all the best, bye and bye.
That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat.
I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute.
Oh, I see. That's a shame.
If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish, Lord Strongheart will, well...
Emergency? Lord Strongheart?
Nothing. Forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off.
Alright, Trixie, if you have to, but let's chat soon.
Delighted, charm. Can't wait. If you please, my pleasure.
That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. Rexy's so funny. He says such silly things. It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police wanting to attend your old girl. But anyway, I wonder what's this emergency at the Supreme Court. I must attend the court clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later. And so our investigation came to an end. Susato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. of April, 11:13 p.m. Naruhodo Legal Consultancy. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Susato-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes. Gina was arrested. All on the back of the news that her father has fallen ill, and that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparation for my departure tomorrow. One final task? It's just 2 months since we arrived in London, but we managed to establish this office. It was finally freeing. It was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Susato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, well, I've learned something. And what would that be? It seems to me there are many facets to people's It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets? And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we see only a small number of the total facets, and what is illuminated is the only part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do these facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some part we'll never lay eyes on, for as long as we live. That's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blinded to so much. But I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear. That all the facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san, I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry? I've what? Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant. Do you know what time you will leave London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my tickets earlier.
I shall be leaving here at 4 a.m.
I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station.
Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow.
Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but
every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try.
oh, sweetnya kau. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean?
Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this.
What is that? Some huge bundle of documents.
It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus.
The McGilded case.
It seems to me that this case of Mr. Windybank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with the omnibus case, in ways that are not yet completed apparently. In ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you.
With everything else she has to think about, Misato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting.
It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina.
Thank you so much, Sato-san. I will do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there.
Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself.
The McGilded case note has been entered into the court record. Kita tengok dulu. Habis sudah?
Well, it's getting rather late.
Saya mau tengok ni apa. Banyaknya info di sini. Buku tebal lah, selas 2 muka surat je.
Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room.
Susato-san,
I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night.
Wait, there's something I need to say.
Hiya! What was that? A secret technique of mine that Susato shut down.
Shut down?
Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I will be able to hold back my tears.
Susato-san. It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seems impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes. And as cacophony of scenes of our life here in London played through my mind. Eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. "17th of April, the small house, St. Silas Hospital, Ward 3. Yes, I quite understand. That is a great way of my mind. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes." Siapa ni? "On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell and Godspeed. My dear madam." Oh. Kamu berkomplot ke apa ni? When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last, one that I would remember for the rest of my life. 17th of April, 9:32 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So, where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, her in the fancy dress. Susato, or how you say it. I don't know. Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. Alah, muka sedih tu ba. You're alright with that, are ya? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again one day. Even so. But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. Okay, betul lah. Iris, how are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Oh, Wagahai. Apa kabar, Wagahai? Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Oh, Waggy! Great way to show your support, Kitty. Let him have a nose around. What harm can it do? Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Bruno, Ginny? Well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriage all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? The bad news? Was it a weather report? So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover, and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news?
Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkey's, really. If only all good news cancel out the bad. And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in Pigpuss blunder. See? How'd you like that? Well, let's say what they want. See if I care. I can't because you are covering your face. Don't worry, Bruno will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will? And then, in tomorrow's paper, the headlines will be Discharged diver is a dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno?
Yes.
Let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it?
It's like she was still here. Today's paper has been entered into the court record. Saya mau baca paper. Boleh tengok? Boleh buka?
There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look.
Ministry Mall.
Bukan. Ministry Mall. Classified secret may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice.
For a 10-year-old, Ari certainly has a finger on the pulse of the world news.
It's about secret communication between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they are being intercepted by hostile nations.
Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new carrier, Bruno?
No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday.
Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Grexy running from pillars to posts at the moment.
The details of today's paper has been updated in the court record. Ni kan?
Pawnbroker perishes in Pigpuss blunder. How awful. For Ginny, I mean.
But tomorrow headlines will be Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder, right?
Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger.
Bigger? How?
Our pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps.
Protects planet?
Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great.
Ni masih sama. Bolehkah saya buka? Tengok di dalam. Tidak boleh?
Good luck then, Rito. I'll do what I can.
Huh?
Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement.
I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris.
Yes, Ginny?
Well, I was wondering, is all, about Sholmes. Did they fix him up all right?
Yes, the operation was a great success. But Hurley still hasn't come around yet.
Eh?
I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up.
I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news.
Oh, right.
No Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today, to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime.
Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense, the trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom.
It's time then. Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Bruno. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learn anything from my great friend, it's that. 17th of April, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt of or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready.
The defense is ready.
Lord Van Zieks, my lord, remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service?
It was some 5 years ago, my lord.
Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are yet again. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that you have led this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government.
Really?
Yet today, you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess, I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel.
There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat at the public at large. He means Mr. McGilded. He defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, I'm just about to manage to work that out. Thank you. Magnus McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him.
And secondly, even more loathsome, those really scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponis.
What? Did he really just say that? He means you now, Bruno. I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Ziek's eyes. Was that directed solely at me? Or was he talking about all Japanese people?
An alarming, scathing explanation, Lord Van Zieks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors.
Malefactors? Factors?
Feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Former lieutenant.
Aduh, macam mana suara dia?
Former lieutenant in the British Army here. Don't you know, chaps like me were born ready.
Clean clockery, clean culture, and a clean conscience. His lordship motto is very appropriate here, I think.
Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely everything. And I'm ready for it.
I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there.
Sekejap. Pakcik ni lagi.
I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. What could I have?
Women, indispensable in society, stop. Female-centric future awaits, stop.
Ui, kau penjahat.
Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Is something wrong, you know?
Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact.
Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know?
So I've been led to believe. But something tells me I'm being duped.
Very well. Now, Lord Van Zeeks. The court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of a pawn shop of Baker Street. Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presented this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near instant death. Moving on to the finding of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory.
And what's that supposed to tell us?
It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. Oh, the prosecution wish to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please.
The autopsy report. Saya mau tengok. Okay.
Oh, ada lagi. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred.
Saya mau tengok. Pop Windibank, male, 6, 1 sampai 1,5. Single bullet wound in upper half of victim back. No other visible sign of trauma. Okay, gambar. Ada.
The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there was only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windibanks, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand
the gun used to fire the fatal bullet.
Well, then that's them, isn't it? Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy traps that live in the slums in the East End. Oh well, that was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are tourists waiting for? The girl's guilty as hell. We can't jump to conclusion here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive.
My learned Nipponese friend, is it you who mustn't jump to conclusion? The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful big purse or a cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor pan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Fancies. At once, my lord.
This isn't good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, you know? Saya mau tengok dulu. Okay. Boleh buka. This is Mr. Windybank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Windybank always used to keep his gun to hand on his shop counter. Yes, but only ever with a slight single bullet loaded. I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawn articles that were in his care safe. But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder, trying to keep the articles safe? Tidak ada bukti lain? I think that's because it has.
Let us begin. Bring forth the witness to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windybank on 16th April of this year.
Kau dua tu penjenayah. Confirm.
Witnesses, state your names and occupation for the court.
Macam mana suara?
Name's Nash Skulking. Occupation is baddie, professional baddie.
Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's same as him.
Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector.
That's right. We what they call the Three Scullin Brothers.
What are you looking at me like that for? Don't laugh with me and with you lot.
God blimey, that's... Oh. Ano ka? God blimey, that's cool. Don't you know what we're going through? It's our old bruv. Lost contact with him, we have. So we're scoring every shady corner of the capital. And then last night, we come across you. The very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo?
This Nash he is. The very spit of him.
So we decided that, So we decided there and then what we was gonna do. We was gonna call ya Beef Bruv Sulky.
Come on, live it out, you two.
Sulky Skulkin? And that's before he run
out of chips. Well done, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves are there, this street? No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these 2 brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence! Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor murder. Order! The various trespasses of these brothers are not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep this chance on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector, skeptical as I'm about to caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the event of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Happy to. 'Cause a Skulkin never skulkin'. Get out of it. Okay. We was walking down Baker Street in a small alley, and the gaff door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, God blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what. But the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. A terrible coincidence it would seem. At the precise moment this miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witness now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Illegal entry. We was walking down, ini kita press.
Hold it!
The front door of Windy Banks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this? Must have been about 1, right, Ringo? Yeah, I'll say so. Right, Silky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? Not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What of you, Sulking? Me old mucker?
Leave me alone.
There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place.
And when this gentleman ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of a gun trained on the unfortunate victim.
Objection!
That is pure conjecture.
Perhaps, but it changes nothing.
These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside.
Why, that what happened?
It was...
Hold it!
What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in?
Well, God move in mysterious ways, they say, don't they, Ringo?
They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. God's will often present itself at the whim of thieves, does it?
It wasn't no whim, I'm that sure of that.
It wasn't, Nash, it wasn't, like we said at the time. You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that.
Nah, there's no two ways about it.
It was a sign that our long-lost brothers was inside. There's not very good liars, are they?
Well, you can't deny it. It led us to a bloke what looked just like our bruv.
I said, cut it out. Those chips are getting a chomping today. But once we got inside,
Hold it!
a gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that?
Yep, just the one, Governor.
I can't swear to that. I can't swear to that. You know. It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruh?
JSTV, thank you for the like.
The firearm used belonged to the victim himself.
Yes, Mr. Windybanks always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter.
Right, I remember.
When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds.
That makes sense. Mr. Windybanks always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded.
That's true.
I remember him saying that as well.
So, we can say that with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon.
Yes, my lord, we can.
And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused.
Wonderful.
We want to see what was on.
Hold it!
Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom?
If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the storeroom.
Because there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all. That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Eh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think.
Your turn to rabbit, Ringo. Nash, yeah.
I suppose you have to say we ain't normal, eh?
Broadly speaking, human response is one of two ways.
on hearing a gunshot or scream. The Tywit flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the later inclination, while Nippon's friend, it would seem, is of the former. All right, somehow I just proved that I was a coward in that night. I was a coward that night.
Thank you, Counsel. So, I believe you all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses.
Ini. You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was Bethlehem as, were it? One said, it was Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me lucky lockets. So, with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left, nice and quietly, you say? That's right, Governor. Nothing we hate more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even took me dukes out me lucky Lucy lockets. So, you clearly like us to believe. Hey, come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night. Did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person?
Saints alive! They fired a gun, you say? Ah! Blimey, Governor! You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway?
It was.
Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before?
You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes. You shot a great Mr. Holmes. I did hear that actually. There was rumors he'd been rushed to the hospital. The great Holmes, it's beyond the pale.
On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crimes. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows sign of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites its lordship.
Minum air dulu kejap.
The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, Counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence.
Saya mau tengok. Saya pun mau minum.
Now, while a Nipponese friend.
So, there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders. Yes, which tell us that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we walked in through Windybank's door. I'll make those brothers pay. Yes?
Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. Oh yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence
that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial?
Objection!
Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there.
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of these strange claims, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on.
Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windybanks that night.
The court demand that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm?
Ini kan, saya tidak boleh pilih. Hah? Adakah?
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio.
What? What on earth have you there, counsel?
During the course of our investigation, we discovered a number of bloodstains.
Not trusting the police to do the job they trained to do.
How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio.
And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein?
Yes, my lord.
No more telling then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves that witnesses unload a firearm at the scene?
Ini kan,
Take that!
What is that? Explain.
it is a photographic print taken at Windybank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident.
From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there.
Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windybank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death.
The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that a separate shot has been fired sometime after the calendar has been set to the 16th.
That's right, and while it isn't refutable, the defense believe this is credible evidence that the witness did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night.
Order? How does the prosecution stand, Lord Benzigs?
If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What?
But you'll forgive me for flinging my hello jealous aside to discuss at the repugnancy it exposed. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bald baddies they came to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back into the street.
Hey, take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You're gonna get into them details. Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight.
I have nothing to add.
So he knew, did he?
Van Zieks knew that testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crime. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact.
To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zieks?
As has been established, at this point of their arrest, a single shot has been fired from the brothers' gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly this witness could not be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windybanks at all. So that's it. Oh, yeah. That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We did it, Nash. We did it. Not what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, forgery, and let us not forget, attempted murder. Quite a catalogue, eh, fellas? We're in for it now, bruv. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where is going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
What is that, Counsel?
It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed.
Oh.
The prosecution has obtained the photograph taken by the device on the night in question. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are two such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer to the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here.
You say this camera produces a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30 minutes interval. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses covertly in the stand were not caught on camera.
That's a bit of fried sake, bro. Lady Luck loves of skulking.
Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin?
Must have been just after 1.
Right, bruh.
Right, bruh. Must have been, Nash. Must have been. Yeah, let's go 1.
In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment.
What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence.
Good Lord! It's the defendant! Miss Gina Lestrade.
As the court can clearly see, the accuser's pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Quiet! One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel.
I don't believe it, Ginny.
In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windybank.
I say, my lord.
Wonder if I might put in a word at this point.
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Took a bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maywan, 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all but forced to retire from service, sadly. Course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield.
Yes, Mr. Foreman, and
What exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see, the battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading the small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. And we all go down together, you mark my words, one for all, and all for one. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand?
well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct?
In a manner of speaking, yes. This is the Karadeb squadron's position, sir. What? No! It's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report for the court, man. On the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times. And that goes for making decisions too. I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it.
I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember.
Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop.
I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
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 Oh. It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already.
Right? Kejap. Betul kah pistol tu? Ini pistol tu. Okay, betul, sama. Pop. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination.
Very well, the court grants permission.
So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising.
We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
The juror's contention. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketing. Pocketian, gitu kan? As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out.
If I have left in there, I should think there'll be repercussions now.
Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop.
In motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. The circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses.
Not to mention this sprint. Take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bullet trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, Holly's camera was supposed to help, not hinder.
I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you.
But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank. Which means there's more to this situation that we've yet to see. Agreed.
You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
All the evidence clearly point the finger.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garadep, are you? We really must stop meeting like this.
Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn up for the books.
Yes,
Rather a turbulent time we had back then.
some extraordinary event took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything.
Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garrett house was the talk of the town after that business.
Lodgers moved out, and I couldn't get a brown bally soul to take up the tenancies. Oh. Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet, but enough that the old girl clapped up. Yes, can't be denied, you did do rather a lot, but not for us, that's for dash certain. I suppose not. Of course.
There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously.
Obviously, but honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial and less to children number 2.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see, again. A maid works as never done.
not a blemish, must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpockets, and crossmen, the scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Hollock Sholmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rand's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London Street. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes, a maid? It's really quite unforgivable. Got us come having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor details, it was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed, they all got us come as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright, I shall amend my statement. His brothers are the scum of the earth. I agree with you. The shooting of Mr. Sholmes was an unforgivable act. But the purpose of this trial is to determine who shot the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. I'm afraid you're splitting hairs, sir. Sorry? Whether it was the thieves or the pickpockets, it was still gutter trash that shot the pawnbroker in the end. Filth that should be cleaned up and eradicated, in my considered opinion. Thanks so much for sharing. Abby, thank you for the like. Changing this maid's mind isn't going to be easy. Reno, it was one of those brothers that shot Hurley, wasn't it? Yes, without question. Well then, I'll never forgive them. Oh, Iris. Perhaps we can use this maid's statement to help us somehow, do you think? Yes, maybe. Let's listen carefully to what each juror has to say first.
Hold it!
What do you mean look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection!
But there's no indication that the defendant will ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. It never gets old, seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating, it's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find that the stereoscope is here to stay, giving us new perspective we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only it could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. Tapi ini ada satu gambar. Tapi ini ada satu gambar sih. Ada gambar lagi satu. What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere, or something like that.
Oh, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon.
A surgeon? That totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. Even though me and my kind are the forefront of medical science, the real brain in the field.
So, what is it that you think you have left behind?
Oh well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday, standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere.
What? Did he? Surely not.
Exactly, surely not. You say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, little embarrassing really.
That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter.
That's exactly my concern. And seeing as this case appeared to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure.
I'm sure you need to be more sure.
Hold it!
Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Apa? Saya isi air dulu. Are you for the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nation used to take place by mail. Okay, saya bisa.
Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey.
Suara maci-maci. But now we have the electric telegram, so we can send message using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cable have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean beds? It makes my head hurt just thinking about it.
You are well informed, young lady.
Hee hee.
But cable will soon become a thing of the past. Stop.
And just when I was starting to catch up.
Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Message carrying over airwave to four corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop.
Right. Try not to wear out your fingers.
Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say invention like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What are the piffle? I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys.
Excuse me!
Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but...
What?
Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5 last remark? As if I couldn't guess.
Oh, you bet I do. Say that again.
Alamak. Terlepas.
Go on, I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me?
I think it just might be, yes.
You think stereoscopes are just toys to you, huh? Absolutely. I mean, really? A machine to view photograph in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional.
What a great way to appease the man.
No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are no practical use at all.
You just don't know.
Pardon?
I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene for example.
if you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you never even noticed before. What? Have you got any, Reno? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope? How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think.
Take that!
Alright then. Children number 3. Are you saying you can do this without any too suitable photographic print? Of course I can. Very well then. I'd like you to demonstrate. I'll be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you. Mana ada? Kita tiada. Dia bagi satu saja.
Take that!
Wait, sorry? What do you mean, one more print? Oh dear, oh dear. Don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how a stereoscope works? Bruno? What? You need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember? You know, one for the left eye and one for the right. Oh yes, I remember now. But the print we have from Rupon Broccoli is just a normal photograph. No. I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. A stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then. Ha ha ha! I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me.
Let's get things back on track, shall we, Council?
Ini kita push sampai habis. What do you mean? Blah 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 blah. Don't spare any feeling, will you? It's not like there anyone who likes stereoscope. So why exactly do you think that the defendant is guilty? It's quite simple. We haven't been shown a scrap of evidence to suggest that she isn't the victim. She isn't the culprit. And just as radio wave dashed through the sky faster than the eye can see, so we should dash to the conclusion of this trial and stop pandering to indecision.
In Martaland.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're not villain Bolshevik, the Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary?
I believe there is such a rumor.
It's just a rumor.
As you see, I have unfortunate appearance.
I look like vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out.
People call me revolutionary murderer.
Grams the King, thank you for the like. Picos.
Revolutionary murderer autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day, I am visiting London for sightseeing.
Thank you for the share, Grams the King.
I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Right. That didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubt. To be treated like vicious criminal all the time, it is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they looked. The Skulking brothers? Da, maybe they went inside the pawnbroker's shop. But they have done nothing wrong. That is all I want to say. The Skulking brothers did nothing wrong that night? Alright, well, first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Gino? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who look for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. If I can't change the mind of more than half of the 6 jurors, the trial will be over. But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone. Yes, so we need to find contradiction in which and what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. I must be ready to go whatever length I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Pertanyaan balik. Ini surgeon.
Objection!
Salah. Contradict. C-O-N. Juror number 6. You've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulking brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shoot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen. I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear? Abdomen, A-B-D. Sir? Sorry, my English is still relenting. You are telling the court you didn't hear? Forgive me, I did not hear. Here is the word. Abdomen, part of a person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English, I am Russian, not native speakers. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man on the jury again? So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before, we never done nothing. But truth is, they shot detective. This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong. Everything when lie, especially
especially when lie is said by person who looks like criminal.
Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced.
This means when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also big fat lie. Is this true?
Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so...
Enough. I trust no one now.
It's not the mouse's fault though, sir.
I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself.
I'm afraid that won't be yet easy, Rudo. Easily. Sorry. With the print from Hurley red-handed recorder. Ah. If you compare the print that pictures genies and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Tut tut. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times.
The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused move into the storeroom.
Meanwhile, the skulking brothers entered the shop
and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of this event were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight. So this was taken after Hurley was shot then? As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken. That does seems to be the case. I can't notice anything that obviously missing in the second print.
So, the brother who looked like criminals stole only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing.
It would seem so, yes.
Good.
No, not good.
You were right. I did not understood the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial.
Yay! Well done, Gino. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. If I can do that, we just might turn the situation to our favor still.
Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence.
Post shooting. Saya boleh present? Tidak boleh. Okay, bagi gambar ni sama dia. Don't know unless you try. How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think. Ini.
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any suitable photographic print? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'll be delighted to. Just give me one more print, and I'll amaze you all.
Take that!
Alright, these two prints were both taken with the same camera in Windybanks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereographic image work? You understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right image need to be the same, only with slight shift in the position of some object. Then, when your brain merges the two images together, inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were depth. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important. So what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally anyway. Oh, of course, now I see. Huh? I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these two pictures from Hurley's camera, Bruno. Go on. Okay. Saya kena juling mata. Harap bersabar. Okey, saya sudah kasih juling mata. So, apa yang berubah? Saya nampak kerusi kah bertukar? Apa yang obvious? Oh, kaca. Kaca paca. Of course there is. There are two people in the first and no people in the second. Well, yes, you can see that straight away. But now, try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions. Try lagi. Apa perubahan dah? Alright, I'll give it a go. So, to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the two pictures overlap exactly. Let's see if by crossing my eyes, I can see the quill pens from each other overlap in the middle. Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly, Bruno? What's going on with these two pictures? Mananya kita boleh save just in case. Some of the things on the counter sort of jump out at you. Semua menjuling. Yes, that's it, you see. That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Oh, other amazing powers? Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of the things on the counter seems to jump out at you like this, I think you find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll find your answer of your own question. Basic principle of the stereoscope? As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in the position of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance, the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures. This shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their position. Yes, there must have been.
Now, hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does the shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master.
What? Me? I haven't the first idea. You know, Bruno, it's quite simple. It is. Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means... It means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter.
Zonkers! Zookers?
Someone tampered?
New information, stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far, stop.
Yes, we have to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the item on the counter.
Take that!
It was the witness currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers.
Wait, this does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. The phrase book said dukes is meaning hands and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you are saying?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Now hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that.
I quite agree. The accused is a common pickpocket after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely.
And why exactly?
As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windybank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which point to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pickpocket, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoers here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse, than a pickpocket. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the ground that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves?
Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair.
Pakai kepala.
Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Wholeheartedly agree, stop. Must purchase of a child, stop. Or let them home by a rich and sweet shop, stop.
Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclination by the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 leans to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus, and I order this trial to continue.
Yay, well done. Oh, by the way. What? You should hold onto this, Bruno. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright.
Court then seeks. You will instruct the witness that the court demand additional testimony from them.
I'm sure it would spoil the banquet. Bouquet? I'm sure it would spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I've won myself another chance to probe the pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent.
Yay!